for Shack for headquarters. All my manpower for $4 an hour. Took the time and wrote rhymes in the shower. Shoes are scuffed cause the road gets rough. But I'm a rocket cause my pockets ain't stuffed enough. All the freaks with the speak cause my checks were weak. They return the other cheek so I started to see a way to get a play. And maybe one day I'll be performing up a store for a decent pay. No matter how it seems, I always catch the dream. All the girlies scream and suckers get cream. Dreamed about it for 5 years straight. Finally I got a break to cut my first plate. The road ain't yellow and it ain't no witches. My name is Gucci Rap, I'm on the road to the riches. I used to stand on the block selling cooked up rock. Money busting out my sock cause I really was clock. Dealt with 4 kind of fiends, swinging jackets and jeans, magazines, anything, just to hustle a beat. The cash was coming fast, money grew like grass. People hungry for the blast that don't even last. Didn't wanna be involved, but the money will get you. Getting richer and richer, the police got my picture, but I still supplied. Some people I knew died, murders and homicides, bottles and suicide. Money, jury, living like a star, and I wasn't too far from a Jaguar car in a small town casino. The town's Al Pacino, for all of the girls, a pretty boy Valentino. I shot up stores and I kicked down doors, collected scars from little neighborhood wars. Many legs I broke, many necks I choked, and if provoked, I let the pistol smoke. Loyal members in a crew, now down with the game, selling nickels and dimes in sunshine or rain. What I had was bad, from my shoes to my pad. In the first time in my life, loaning money to dad. Now the tables turn and my lifestyle switches. My name is Gucci Rap, I'm on the road to the riches. A month for drugs, he eventually bugs. Looking for crack on carpets and rugs. A squealer tells, but a dealer still sells. Little spoiled kids inheriting oil wells. I was the type on the opposite side of smoking a pipe. In the beef, I got hype corns, racks for riches, switches made to witches. They come stitches, body bags and ditches. Bloodshed, I painted the town red. People fled as I put a dread's head to bed. That means dead. In other words, deceased. Face got erased, bullets got released. Bombs were planted, the kids were kidnapped. In fact, this was a way to get back at enemies. We're trying to clock G's on my block. Now they forever Nazis. Plans of rampages went for ages. Some got knocked and locked inside cages. Some bit the dust for crumbs and crust. In God we trust, now rots the rust. Bust, cats and cops, policeman drops. They blew off his top when a pistol went pop. Troopers, soldiers, rolling like boulders. Eyes of hate and their hearts get colder. Some young male put in jail. His lawyer so good, his bail is on sale. Looking at the hourglass, how long can his power last? Longer than my storm, but he already fell. He likes to eat hearty, party, be like John Gotti. And drive a Maserati, rough in the ghetto. When in jail he's jello, mellow, yellow fellow, tell or hell, hello. One court date could turn an outlaw to an inmate. The judge stayed, ship him upstate. Rob the Great Lakes and let him wait and wait and wait until he breaks, that's all it takes. So he fakes to be a man, but he can't stand on his own 2 feet. Because now he's in a new land, rules are different, and so is life. Will you think with a shank, talk with a knife? Not my lifestyle, so I made a U-turn. The more money I earn, more money to burn. Pushing on buttons, pulling on switches. My name is G-Rap, I'm on the road to the riches.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Thorpe TV on YouTube and ThorpeTube on Kick. What's up? We back.
No, what's up?
We live.
All right.
We on the road to the riches.
So, we're going to address the issue a little bit, see if it works. Panelists welcome. Paulie D.
Paulie D in the heel.
Paulie, we haven't seen you lately, and we saw you over at Hormaxers last night. That's not your home. I mean, he's a funny guy, but glad to see you back, buddy. All right. So I'm enlisting chat here because I think y'all have noticed probably that there's been this kind of question like, what's with our relationship? Obviously, we all know about that one. And also, what is the story with Grace since the Monarchalypse?
Yeah.
The fall, the Monar
Saga, Monar Arc.
the Monargate.
Monargate, yeah.
And Grace has been all over the place, but mostly she's been, I think, kind of looking passive or looking disconnected, and that's not wrong.
Yeah.
You want to show that YouTube short of Grace not engaging?
Sure. Thanks, OPC Don. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, I was on Naptown. It was great. Fantastic. Naptown. Absolute hero. Okay, and I'm Jake. I appreciate you saying I don't think anyone's really been asking those questions.
No, people have.
I think people have. It's not necessarily a big deal.
Oh, sorry.
This is great.
Grace
hating her new job.
Grace hating
This
her
is a funny
new
short.
job.
From actually from Long Cow Rejects too. I don't know who this would be.
OPC Don.
OPC Don put this together. Okay.
Yeah.
You might as well go ahead and just lay
So
me
pretty.
down.
Well, yeah. The question is, what, if anything, is going on in the brain?
Cheer
the
up,
brain
guys.
department.
You got a great thumbnail, at least XX. Yes, thank you, Mr. Stinky Brew, for our cover art for the
Yeah.
stream. It's awesome. I love it so much. I could not love it more. Unless you included more people like Lalo and stuff. And if it was like slightly animated, like the figures were moving around, that would make it 10 out of 10, but it's like a 9 out of 10 right now.
Tell you, lady, long time no see. Ryan's a good at it. It's a good song. You can understand in the light of this song, it's kind of like, what's wrong with you, honey? Well,
Yeah.
definitely.
Although I do think it's a little bit ridiculous to say that. I have a resting bitch face. It's a little bit ridiculous to say that.
Hold on a minute.
Always
So
moving
Ride with me.
forward.
Ride says she has to be more of a background character. Ben agreed. Then it got upset when she wasn't active on cam. Okay, well, comments like that are most welcome here. Like specific, not just like I don't like you because you're bigger than me, and I feel like you make my dick feel small.
I don't really know if I asked to be a background character.
I think there was just this kind of
Personally.
thing that I was, I was like putting all our eggs in the Minar basket.
Yeah.
Which I didn't even really know what I was saying then, but I think it was this whole like, you know, we're gonna like finally beat Keemstar, you know,
Yeah.
either with Becky or we're gonna have our own queens and kings, right? Like, this was the idea.
Yeah. By the way, I'm
That, like-
listening. I just
so
wanna
it's kind
look
of,
less gross on camera. Yeah.
So it's kind of well, I assume that
Yeah.
because you're
Yeah.
responding to me.
Yeah. Yeah. The Minar thing was about Lolcow Live.
I mean, that's how like Hollywood works, right? You don't say like, by the way, I'm listening.
I know. I know that it
Interrupt
could look.
someone's flow. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry. Well, I'm out of it, so yeah, no, I agree.
And
Being defensive.
panelists are certainly welcome. So we'll put the StreamYard link out. Maybe we could pin it.
Yeah, it's pinned on both sites.
Okay. You're welcome to come up, but we will be. I'm going to give it to Grace to say like, if someone wants to come up,
I'll be in charge.
have
of
something to say
maintaining,
about
the
it though. Don't
content.
just go like, so what's this all about?
Yeah, Urkele, no. Don't click the link. Nope.
So what are you guys streaming about?
So what's been going on?
Call Darius. You could do that.
You're gone.
A couple of other things we could do to kind of suss this out is we could review the extraordinarily I don't know if I would call it in-depth, but like marathon analysis of a recent stream by RD and his wife M. Amelia?
Yep.
Is that her name?
Amelia, yeah.
Which he said he might be up for analyzing with Grace. I don't know if he would not want me as part of it or whatever.
Don't know.
But the problem is, like, we all know that Artie doesn't do anything ever. He's a trust fund baby who makes art on a Xerox machine and then just samples, I don't know, crazy noises and calls that music.
Facts.
And says it's too complex for normal people to understand, therefore avoiding
any criticism.
Because I don't even know if it is music. It's just sort of like random horror sound effects.
Yeah.
Which you can call cutting edge art, but I actually think it's just so would just like random fart noises be. I don't know. I think there's to be something to it. But
well, the big thing that happened for me with the Minar arc wasn't so much like, oh, like we're quitting and then we didn't quit or whatever. Like I knew that was going to work itself out. But it was this idea that you had been looking for a male co-host and just not using me, but like that I was never going to be able to have the energy that you were looking for in a co-host.
Yeah.
And
which I don't know if it's really true.
I don't know if that's really true, but to me, I was like, okay, that's both relieving and also
in some ways, since we've been on YouTube, it's been like, okay, Grace, can you be a debater with Destiny?
Yeah, right. That kind of thing.
And
Andrew Wilson
and Jim Bob. Like, this is my world, this is our world, you can be part of it.
Yeah.
Can you be a Trojan horse because they're all afraid of me?
Right.
And I'll just feed you the lines and the jokes from my phone.
Right. Ethan Ralph, too, that kind of thing.
I think the Ethan Ralph thing was more... I do think that's less into, like, no shade to Ethan, but it's not exactly intellectual. That's the drama sphere, and I do think you
That's true.
did... Oh, like Darius. Okay, so that was your thing.
Yeah, that sort of stuff. Yeah, that. But still, you were sort of like, guiding. But like the debate stuff was like straight up, like I was getting fed lines, which it's fine. It's not like I cared. Like,
Ruby came out of Destiny, and Ava came out of Destiny, so that's definitely the drama side of Destiny, which actually no longer exists for Destiny per se. Right? He doesn't want to do any of that stuff. Yeah, because of a certain young woman.
Thanks a lot, Pixie.
Who said she felt like a victim of it. Darius just recently got out of jail for continuing to do that stuff. Seems to be wanting to be a perpetual sort of in and out of jail on misdemeanors type of guy.
Yeah, right.
I don't think he could get sued because he doesn't have any real assets. So in that sense, he's safe.
Yeah.
But
anyways, when the Minar thing happened, I
sort of AC on it's brutal.
Yeah, I forgot. Yeah. Okay, that's gonna be so much better.
Tyler says, Gracie, you are so adorable, Gracie.
Tyler, I really appreciate that, Tyler.
EB the baby says, why don't you two ever discuss you guys' relationship to an honest extent? Leave Grace to be honest because clearly she has pent up frustration towards you men that isn't from Courtney. Well, it's up to Grace, but if you want to talk with her, come up on panel and talk with her, I can either like kind of step aside somewhat or she can talk with you. A lot of people have attempted to do this.
I think this could be.
And I mean, that's fine. I the way I see it is. Oh, you were telling the story about Minar.
No, yeah. So I was just saying, like, it was both relieving.
Darius uses one phone call to call Princess.
Imagine being at that level in life. No, I was just saying that the Minar arc made me realize that maybe you wanted a co-host he doesn't care. Well, okay, fine.
Just
Just
time out or
okay.
delete. You can do delete. I don't care.
I can't do it on a StreamYard, whatever.
All right.
That you
It's
wanted
not docs when we don't need to. I get it. It's already out there. But
it's funny, but it's not appropriate for chat. So yeah, it made me realize maybe I was feeling so much tension and pressure with you on stream because you were really looking for somebody who would.
Ella, yes.
Wait, can I just
Can we
finish?
please talk about what goes behind the scenes?
That
Yes.
that you were looking for somebody who would clash with you and have their own opinions and have their own thoughts about politics and religion. Although Minar is a certified retard, you at least were looking for that, and I just kind of felt like, well, I could never fill that because I don't clash with you, really.
No.
And so I kind of felt disappointed and relieved.
When I start talking, can you just hold off?
Yeah.
I mean, you can say like, "Oh, you've been looking for this, and I couldn't do it." I mean, I think from early on, I was trying to interact with Jim Bob, not really with you, and Andrew. You see what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
E. Michael
that's true.
Jones, and Timothy Gordon, those kind of people. So, but when they all and Destiny and those type of people. And when I couldn't, because they all slammed the door on me, then I was like, okay, can you just kind of wedge the door back open by, making it easier for them because they're all scared shitless of me.
Yeah.
Which I understand. You're like, well, that's not really my thing.
I didn't really care about that, though. I
Okay.
didn't care about
well, but you
being-
retired publicly from debating, so you kind of drove a stake through the heart of that project.
Yeah, but I think it was coming to an end anyways. Like I got blacklisted from Destiny.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
got
yeah.
blacklisted from Andrew Wilson.
Right. Eventually,
so,
they're just saying,
I mean,
we are afraid of all of you.
Yeah.
Anyways, but okay, so then we shifted over to the drama stuff, which is more natural for you, less interesting for me. But I do think also I play an important role in kind of creating tension because otherwise it's like, hey, I'm with my friends and it's boring. For proof of this, go to Ava's last stream in Jeremy, where there's no tension, nothing interesting going on, and they're not meeting other people to have tension with. So it's kind of like masturbation on camera.
Yeah.
So, but with you and me, I was the Minara thing. Maybe we can punch our way back. But actually, the Minara thing came after the Becky Boop thing. I was like, oh, okay, maybe you can do this Queens thing, have a real drama show that's interesting, take some of that audience, and then recycle all of the Thorpe drama by bringing up having all these people come on, and even someone like Becky go like, well, what's up with this? What's up with this? What's up with this? And have all these haters come on.
Yeah. Right.
And do that. Okay, fine, but
WO Phantom, thank you for the subbies.
we sort of, I don't know, got scared off of that because it looked like she was playing both sides.
Well, no, let's just
And
be
also,
honest.
she was rude. She was just rude.
She didn't want us as part of her
She
thing.
was rude.
So
She hated
it's
you
fine.
guys. Supposedly, I don't really.
Our toxic community. Thanks
I
a
know-
lot, chat.
Yeah, but I mean, she's just replicating Keem.
Yeah.
He said the exact same thing. So it's her trying to say I'm different. I mean, everything is just a replication, but less harsh. More I guess positive. But if you're going to do it, actually, to have a kind of maniacal male, insecure male, is going to be more interesting than a somewhat narcissistic female, right? As the driver of the universe,
yeah,
because
yeah.
it's also going to end up being oh, fuck it, let's just get drunk. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
boring.
Yeah.
Whereas when Keemstar gets drunk, it gets interesting because he starts saying crazy shit because
And being gay.
he's male,
Yeah.
although not a man. And yeah, then his girlfriend comes out, and his supposed fiance that he's never going to marry publicly said he's never going to marry. Okay, and it gets interesting because she starts telling stories, and you can see
Obvious problem.
the lol cow milk starts really flowing.
Yeah.
And there's an attempt to like control it and be like, hey, we've got a great relationship. But anyways, then it's like, okay, well, that didn't work. Whatever, right? So, yeah, there's no debating with Manar. He's just an asshole. Yeah, that's true. So, but I did see that. I did see that. I interpreted that, since it was my kind of like thing, as like, okay, well, fuck that whole project. And then you were like, you know, I don't want to do co-hosts in a certain way, which I agreed with. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, you were like, I don't want to be the Manar now, which I totally agree with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then watching him do the TikTok stuff made me say, oh, well, there's Discord. So I went there. And then you, I think, just felt an exhaustion from the last, 2.5 years now? Almost 3 years.
Yeah.
2 3/4 years of putting way too much pressure on yourself to like make things happen. Mm-hmm. And which you still do, but I think you're burned out on that.
Yeah.
But it looks like you're just burned out on streaming. So
I guess I don't really see my use. I don't really understand what my role is.
Well, I mean, but like, that's sort of I believe that's a stupid thing to say, because you obviously are very good at the IRL and drama stuff. Like, you don't actually think that's true, right?
I don't know how good I am at that.
Okay.
I'm okay, but it's like mid. So it's okay. I enjoy.
Okay,
I enjoy doing it.
So who is a better drama streamer than you? Who does better IRL than you?
Someone like Xena. She does crazier shit. She's willing
Xena,
to put
you want to?
herself
Okay,
out
let's
there
watch
more.
a Xena stream then right now. We're gonna watch a Xena stream.
Okay.
Because you're just now. It's just this fake fucking humility.
It's not humility.
Yeah, it's fake humility.
No, it's
not
true.
humility. I agree. It's not
am
humility. It's fake humility.
Questioning. It's not fake. It's just I don't really see my role. I tried to do the drama
fine.
thing.
But it's not humility. It's despair.
Okay.
Okay. So it's real despair or false humility. But we're going to now torture ourselves and chat by saying like, okay. Don't pick her best moment. Just random moment.
I don't know.
Random Xena stream. Go ahead.
No idea what her best moment is. Here, I don't watch her.
I'm still, I'm losing
Why not?
some of the tan. Getting back to normal. Keep ignoring. I know.
Okay, Grace, hold on. So Mr. Stinky Brew is in the back. I think Mr. Stinky Brew is very funny. Totally up to you.
Hold on. You know I gotta
think
do
he's- Oh, okay, Mr. Stinky Brew.
Mr. Stinky Brew, can
You
you turn
know
can
the
you
deal.
Can you turn your camera on? Can you turn your camera on? We have camera or no?
Daninsky says, kick Stinky Brew. All in caps. Mr. Stinky Brew. Z-Star says, oh, God, no.
Mr. Stinky Brew, are you there?
Oh, are you sure it's him?
No. Can't
you find out?
type in the back chat? Oh, it's
That's
him.
him.
Okay. Welcome to the stage.
I'll know that for it anywhere.
Welcome to the stage, Mr. Stinky Brew.
Yeah, I was expecting this.
Can we get the camera on just for a minute? Just for the intro. Yes! Yes! All right.
No evidence that Mr. Stinky Brew is wearing any clothing whatsoever.
I'm in bed. I'm in bed.
Intriguing.
I'm in bed. I'm having a kip.
All right, if you want to cam up, you can, and then we'll put you on. But otherwise, we'll just have you as a voice in the back, because why?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, there's no worries. Yeah, I'm in bed. Like I said, I'm having a kip. I had a late night last night, so I'm just kipping.
It's like late afternoon there. Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that mic is brutal, Mr. Stinky. Hold on. Let me see if I can fix it.
Try.
All right.
If not,
Try
I'll
it
take the
again?
mic off and let me talk into the phone. Can you hear me
It's
now?
much better. No,
Good.
that's much better, yeah.
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
So,
There we go.
yeah. What's up, Grace? Why are you putting yourself down? You're obviously entertaining. Everyone's watching you, aren't you? You got 124 people here now watching you. Everyone says they're gonna. Everyone says they're not gonna watch you, but they all seem to carry on watching you. Do you know what I mean?
I just feel like it's just been. I just feel like overall it's just been mid success, and maybe I gassed myself up a little too much. I'm an okay IRL streamer, and I don't really have anything to contribute to anything my dad does, except like.
Wait a second.
Eye candy.
Can we get a little structure for this conversation?
Sure.
Mr. Stinky Brew, I'm just going to propose something, and you can say like I don't think that's necessarily true, but like I would say there are two poles. You know what I mean? Like positive. It's not positive, negative, but like to our content. One is sort of drama, including family drama, but also IRL. Meeting people, that sort of stuff. And then there's it's been lesser, but it's what we started with, and we're doing it now. It's more intellectual. What would you say? Intellectual, political, that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Where I think the natural, I don't think it's unusual that a girl is more, a young female is more into the drama, and an older man who is like has a master's degree is more into the intellectual. Would you say that's true? Whether or not you think it's a good idea?
Yeah, I would totally. At the end of the day, you can't burn the candle at both ends. There was things like the Texas trip and stuff like that when Grace was in the bar and things like that.
Right.
Absolutely, totally entertaining. Absolutely brilliant. If she said she's not a good IRL streamer, in my opinion, she's full of shit because it was entertaining as out. It was absolutely brilliant.
Okay,
it was entertaining as anything.
But she's saying, and it's true, IRL content is fairly expensive, right? Because you have to pay.
This is it. You can't do it. You need to pace yourself. You can't do it constantly because it costs money. And if the money's not there, therefore you can't fund this IRL content.
And
totally agreed.
Here's an interesting thing. Like we were talking, I mean, it's easy. Like I do believe there's like a kind of family curse on both sides of the family to tend towards despair, right? Which happens a lot to artists. Artistic type people,
creative people. It does,
yeah, and especially because Grace is very impatient. She has a strong will, and so like she just kind of want to break through. And at a certain point, you get tired of it. But what was interesting is like, so I'm proud of my content on Discord. I understand that a lot of our audience who wants IRL and wants drama are not going to be there, but I'm fine with it, and it pays the bills because of this KCIP and stuff. But it's interesting that when someone like Adam, I think you're familiar with the Adam thing.
War Chief.
Yeah, War Machine.
Just comes on. It does like get like, instead of, let's say, 100 to 200 views.
You get a boom. You get a boom.
Right up.
Yeah,
it bumps right up to 300 or 400 views. Even when it's not IRL and it's just him calling in and, her talking shit with him. So, I mean, if we're going to say like one doesn't pay, you would have to say, like, I'm kind of like not if like the intellectual stuff is sort of like off brand, right? Because it has been largely on the back burner, and so like it's like you could say in a certain sense like now
you're letting the car run,
and now I'm asking
you're letting the car run. The way I'd say it is you're letting the car run, but you're not hitting fifth gear. Basically, what you're doing is you're just carry it on, you know what I mean, daily. You're putting the content out there, and then these things will happen that will bump you up where you do hit fifth gear, and therefore
I think this is accurate. Grace just gets like this when Ben is popping and she doesn't feel like she's contributing. That is true. I don't know about the second part of it. I don't know, but that is true.
Well, here's my question to you, Stinky, about that. So I think it's totally understandable that a 53-year-old man, who taught religion for 20 years, who, has a graduate degree in theology, that's going to be his wheelhouse, like to do intellectual stuff. And there's certainly a place
if he was
for
into
that
drama, but to do with youths and 20-year-olds, that'd be kind of weird, to be honest. If that's
I think I can contribute because, like, I'll give Grace an idea of, some way to kind of like
your opinion on the situation that's happening. I get you. Yeah,
take off on him, something like that, right? Which is not really much more than an audience member, but like I'm a little. She can tend to be, as a young woman, maybe a little too polite. It gets boring, and I'm like, let's troll it, and she's fine with that.
Any problem with
and
that.
Instinctively does a lot of that.
Yeah.
So, but And then, but vice versa, it's of course like fine for her to contribute. Like what I'm saying is like there's a natural like yin yang, right? So if I do intellectual political comment, I can also do drama content, and I think people find it funny when I come on once in a while and scream at the girls or the young men or whatever, right? And I'm happy to do that. It's just not my bread and butter. Whereas for Grace, her bread and butter is that kind of content. It does get a lot of views, and people do ask a lot of money, but it's also very expensive. And so, but
it's weird you say yin and yang, because I was looking at you two as you like two sides of the same battery. You know what I mean? It's sort of like you've got a plus.
Batteries, that fire alarm needs a.
Can you hear it? The battery's gone. Can you hear it? Beep.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I need to fix the batteries today. That's a job for Mrs. Stinky Brew today. Yeah. Beep. Yeah.
That's associated in America with like ghetto apartments.
Yeah.
Anyways.
That was ratchet as fuck.
But here's what I would say. It would be since those two there is some crossover. There are a lot of people who watch Grace's drama content who are actually interesting, like have some intellectual depth, and there's a lot of like middle-aged men who are in our audience. It's not really like just teeny boppers watching silly content of like here's a fat person, But I do think it would be natural that we kind of form, and we've talked about like two different channels even. Where, there's kind of like, this is what I do, and this is what she does, and she can help me, and I can help her, and that's totally fine. I mean, do you think that would make sense? And then this whole thing of like, you need to get away from your dad. Like, okay, well, maybe it doesn't have to be so extreme, but maybe there's some insight there.
We've tried that before. That's not going to happen. But like I said, I don't think having two separate channels is going to benefit either of you. To be honest, I really don't. I don't think it's going to benefit either of you. I think you're going to split. You're going to sort of split your audience, and people, with all due respect, Ben, but a lot of the people that watch her are not in the same age group or thing as you. So basically, what you're going to do is you're going to split your audience, and then you'll get a lot of people watching when Grace is on, and you'll probably get less people. Oh, who is it? Who's sort of streaming tonight? Oh, it's Ben. I'll just leave it then. Do you understand what I mean?
Well, let me ask you a question about that.
Yeah.
If you were to guess at our core demographic, what do you think it is? Male, female, which countries, and which age?
To be perfectly honest, I think you're all over the spectrum there. You're totally all over the place. You've got older women, you've got older men, then you've got, what I mean? You've got youths who want to come in.
Okay, but if you were to guess, like male, female, what would you guess the number is, male to female?
I'd probably say, because of Grace, male.
So what would be the number, like, out of 100? Do you think it's 50-50, 75-25, 80-20? Just guessing. What would you guess?
Probably demographic to King TL.
Yeah, pretty much. I'd say like 80 or 60-40, probably. 60-40 male.
It's no, it's not that low. It's
like 80-20.
Somewhere around 70-30 to 80-20.
Yeah.
Depends from what we've seen. So...
What, 80-20 male?
It is
80%
skewed,
male.
It's skewed male, I think, for two reasons, actually, because of Grace being a pretty girl who guys kind of sympathize with. But also some of the older men identify with me as a man from their generation. I think that somewhat occurs. Or younger. Yeah, so I think the younger men tend to, like, see me as their dad, for usually negatively. So there's not that many of those men. And they also feel rejected by Grace because we're harsh on Zoomer guys. And Gen X women, I think, aren't there because I epitomize sort of like toxic masculinity to them. And also Grace has this thing with her mother, which is very hostile. So I think, that's a tougher crowd. Those two crowds, there are Gen Z guys and Gen X women, but they're like kind of really hard bitten. They're both our most invested demographics, but also our smallest. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So someone who identifies with Courtney, for example, is going to be a super hater. And someone who identifies with John is going to be a super hater. Whereas it's easier for a younger woman or an older man. But I do think it is. What do you think about age? Where do you think our age group What do you think?
Age group? What your age demographic?
What do you think the curve looks like going from, let's say, 15 years old to?
I'd say you're probably
60s.
20 to 50. I'd probably say something like that.
What age do you think is like the top of the
drop off? The drop off.
I'd
probably say around about probably 50 to 55 is your drop off. 48 to 55, something like that.
Oh, you think it goes steadily up? Our core demographic is in its 40s?
Go on, Grace. What are you saying?
God.
No, I was educated in England.
Saying,
you know what I mean?
What age group do you think is the most people from? 18 to 24, 25 to 35, 35 to 45.
I'm saying, what does the graph look like for each of those demographics?
Well, I think you've got a big, probably mid-20s to late 20s to early 30s. Obviously, that's just going through people, i.e. Jeremy, D-Dog, people like that who really spud, people who take, you know what I mean, real.
It's a lot older than that. That's a smaller
percentage.
Is it?
I think that's because the people who you see on the channel, Grace interacting with, tend to be that age. But yeah, it's older.
How do you get these sort of statistics?
Analytics.
Is it
there's
analytics through YouTube?
I'll
pull it up. I mean,
does Kick have analytics?
No, but I would say it's probably similar. We didn't get a lot of new Kick viewers.
Kick does skew younger, but I don't think we get a lot of organic Kick people.
I know you can look at where people are from. Obviously what country they're from, but I didn't realize you could do it through age.
Yeah.
Okay. Age and gender: female 22.5, male 77.
Well, actually,
that's more than I was expecting.
Actually, that has changed significantly because actually my age group is tiny. Grace's age group is also tiny.
Yep.
So it actually tends to be people between our age group. Actually, you're right, Stinky Brew. You're right.
Fucking millennials.
Yeah, it's kind of between our generations. Younger Gen Xers, millennials, and older Gen Zers, but actually not our actual age group very much.
It's the people that are not on the same car as you, but they're riding next to you.
Well, no,
you know what I mean?
20% your age group. 20% your age group.
Oh, I thought it said
6% my age group.
Yeah, I mean, but that age group I'm right on the edge of it.
Well, yeah, sure.
So I'd say they're a little bit older than you, Grace, and more of my age. Obviously, I'm 15 to 20 years younger than your dad.
Low key, wait, that makes sense though, because my dad acts younger than your average 53-year-old, and I act older than your average.
Yes, he does. I'm glad for saying that. Your dad is very immature for his age. I'm glad you said that.
That's true.
Let's go.
Also, another thing I think that seems like it would be true is because we have a ton of engagement from the UK. There's just a lot of people from the UK, but I don't think that's reflected in the numbers.
Wait, UK 10%. 10%.
9.3%
of the viewers.
So if you add US and Canada, which are basically the same, that's 70%. Then a little from Australia. But I mean, I think that mostly has to do with the time zone.
U.S. Virgin Islands, that's got to be just Hurricane Paro.
That's Paro, that is, yeah. That's all his chats.
Well, let me see. I'm just looking at the countries. It's what you'd expect, Anglo, since we're English speaking. Germany also, that's not that unexpected because they speak English.
Yeah.
Holland, Ireland, Sweden. Israel. That's an unusual one. That's interesting. But that's tiny.
Saudi Arabia. Why do they even include it? 0%.
It's like 2 people, right? So, anyways, I mean,
that's Menard's fault.
That's an interesting point of view. You're saying we shouldn't split audiences because, frankly, if it wasn't my daughter, I wouldn't watch a lot of the kind of long form, goofy IRL content. I wouldn't be sitting there watching 7 hours of a road trip. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, right.
Or
people will probably hate me for saying that, but I put you on in the background when I'm doing artwork or if I'm doing if I'm in the garden or the allotment or something. You're on my headphones and I'm just working away. Do you know what I mean?
Sure.
So you're getting views that way. Sometimes it's with you, Ben, you can turn into slightly white noise, but every now and again you'll say something that's really entertaining and really funny, and it'll make me laugh out loud. Do you know what I mean? And that's the way it is, if I'm being perfectly honest.
Yeah, like the problem with I'm not. That's why I say like I'm not a solo streamer if I'm not. I do better interacting.
You need to bounce off with someone. You need to bounce off with someone.
Right.
There's no way I could see. There's no way. Yeah, there's no way I could see even people who we've not talked about in a bit. Like Matt. Matt can sit there and he'll turn around and he'll talk for hours upon hours on end. He might not have many viewers, but he can keep it going.
Ruby Stalker.
Ruby Stalker,
Canadian guy.
The Canadian guy, and then you've also got Dalmatian Dog who can just chat and chat and chat and chat.
He is right.
What happens is
his internal discussion going.
People like me, you hit a wall and you need something to bounce off. If you haven't got nothing to bounce off, you'll hit that wall sooner rather than later. Do you know what I mean? You need something to work with.
Okay, Stinky bro, I don't think it's a matter of human nature. I just think there are some people who are like, they're solo singers, solo artists. They got a guitar. They're all set. Then there are some people who just do better in a band. You know what I mean? I don't think it's necessarily like you hit a certain age and you need to bounce things. It's also cultural. Like
I'm not saying it's age. I'm just saying it impresses me. It is impresses me.
Let me finish before you go. Pub culture is this kind of bouncing off things. I think I would be a natural person in pub culture, although I would get sick of it after a while. But then there's, YouTube video culture. I'm, or like a writer. It's just like he's writing his own stuff, editing it. It's quiet, and then he just puts the book out and lets people read it. And there's not really much interaction. So.
Oh, well,
I didn't mean to be rude. I didn't mean to be rude.
No, I wanted to ask.
It's all right, Dad. Don't worry about it. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. I want to ask you a specific question. So my dad was like, "Oh, okay. I thought you were kind of going to be like the Emma Vigilant to my Sam Cedar or the Onyx Sparian to my Cenk Uygur or whatever." And I'm like, I don't really think I'm anything like those women. Do you think I'm like those women? I
never really said that, but
to be honest, Grace, I didn't get any of them references, so you're going to have to try a little bit harder because I didn't get any of them references you're talking about.
Well, like a female co-host.
Didn't get any of the references. Okay.
I know, like on a television show, a local television, you have a male and female.
The male and female
anchors.
So who was taking charge? Was you anchor? So it was you that was taking charge, and then Grace was interjecting. Is that what you're talking about, or was it the other way around where Grace takes it, or was it equal?
Well, like I said, I think it's natural that if the content is intellectual, like I was talking to a guy in Discord at great length about like British history, World War II. Okay,
I was there. I watched it.
Yeah,
I watched it.
I think that's going to be more naturally where I'm taking the lead, and she's, she doesn't have much to say because it was like he was actually one of the few people I've ever encountered on the internet who was just like a serious intellectual, very nuanced, and so there's just not much like kind of banter. But we did get into it with this other guy who was kind of, I think, playing the part of like a kind of, racist, tossing out the N-word, but like a nice guy.
Yeah,
she could interact more with him. She could act more with him. So. But what I'm saying is, I would see it as depending on the scenario that one would be the lead and one would be the support. And so I would like for you to like, because I think you're saying like, well, Grace, it's kind of ridiculous that you don't think you're good at IRL. That's ridiculous. You do make money, like, and I don't think it's so much like I want to be supportive of you, Grace. It's like, that's just true. You've made, I don't know, tens and tens of thousands of dollars doing it.
Yep. And she's earning a wage now.
I'm not going to sit here and say like I'm bad at doing it. Like I don't think I'm bad at it. I think I have a talent. I really enjoy it personally. My problem is less with the IRL and more like when I stream with you. I don't understand how I'm supposed to be useful, and it just I feel worse and worse just sitting here not saying anything.
Well,
really, is that what you want me to do?
I mean, you're saying, if you're saying you think that going on politics and religion on Discord is highly intellectual, and it's like going to a conference of scholars on the minutia of scholastic theology, then I would agree with you. But even if it was that and that was making us money, hold on a minute. Okay. Then like you can do things like make the arrangements, try to get me to talk with higher and higher people in that, try to get me a job, right? Do the kind of like, you could be like a manager, get us food, have me, change clothes. If you wanted to, there certainly would be a support role.
Then would you want me to be on camera? If I was just being a support
Well, whatever.
role?
I mean, there is no on camera. That would be like scholars,
Oh,
like at
okay,
Oxford.
yeah.
You
Sure.
make you make the hotel arrangements. You'd be like a trophy daughter in a sense. Like, so the guys, I'm having an intellectual conversation, and they used to have finishing schools for women, and you participate, whatever. Everyone likes to have a pretty face around. Okay, I don't really think that's what we're doing.
Okay, but no.
By any stretch of the imagination.
Even in
and Discord
Discord
is filled with goofballs who are funny.
But even in
and you're not going to let me finish talking. Okay, so all right. So this is the problem I have.
Okay.
Ben, let's say a word. Don't get pissed off. Come on, let's say what you're saying. Because I was gonna interject then anyway.
Hey, Mr. Stinky Brew, why don't you let me be in control of my emotions and you be in control of yours? How about that?
I'm trying to help. I do apologize, Ben.
No, I think it's funny. I think you're very funny. But go ahead.
Even
Go on,
on
Grace.
Discord, if one of us is gonna be funny or make points, wouldn't it be you every time? And you do dominate. And like, what am I supposed to do? Like, am I gonna be funnier than you? Not really. Am I gonna have like a better point to make than you? Very rarely. So why don't I just shut my fucking mouth? Like, I don't understand.
Okay, so
what do I have to contribute?
Okay, but if you say Discord and you're saying like intellectual things, okay, so we've gone over this a lot before. That there's always someone's talking about dating women or feminism or something like that. Okay, if you think that's intellectual, it's not really.
Yeah, but even in the feminism VC,
But you're saying,
you took over.
If people are using words, then men do better than women. Okay, that's a stupid thing to say.
But
that's so ridiculous.
But it's just the chemistry doesn't work. Like when we were in the feminism VC in that Discord server, you were talking 90% of the time. And that's just because you're stronger, you dominate the conversation, you had a point to make. I tried to interject, I got talked over, and I then you wanted to say something, so I deferred to you. So
Okay.
I don't really see what I have to add.
Okay, Grace, think about what's going on right now.
We're having it back and forth.
Oh, can I just do like colon? There was a colon there, not a period.
Okay.
You have a lot to say, right? You have a strong emotional response. It's interesting. It's good content. I don't think anyone would say this isn't interesting. I mean, it's definitely now we're in the drama sphere. And
Yeah.
you're saying I'm having a strong emotional response. I've been, da-da-da-da. I think it's a little like it has a tinge of anger that I'm not like necessarily in love with, but like, okay, it's good content.
Agreed.
It's not anger towards you.
And
it's
I think
not
what's
anger
happening,
towards you.
I think, well,
You certainly didn't do this. I just
it's
am
a little
frustrated.
It's just a little stressful to be around, but that's all I'm saying.
Okay,
but okay, no problem. But so what happened here is it just naturally. No, you said I don't want to do this, Dad. Right when we came up here, you're like, go on fucking Discord,
Yeah.
and I was like, yeah, but I don't want you to have this feeling like you're just sitting around and you're not contributing. So I kind of forced it here, and this is more drama oriented. Mm-hmm. Okay,
This is content.
and I think we're equal partners here. I know that Stinky Brew says I'm over talking you, and people say
I didn't say
I
that.
don't let you
I didn't
get
say
away-
that.
Right,
I just said.
I mean,
I just said. I didn't want it to erupt. I didn't want it to go somewhere. You know what I mean? So you get pissed off and walk off or something like that. I just wanted to keep you both here and talk to you.
Exactly. I do appreciate that. And I do think you would say, at least in this conversation, it's not like I'm not letting Grace communicate. In fact, I'm the one sort of forcing us to have this conversation because she didn't want to have it. And I think it does have something to do with our chat because privately she's just sort of despondent. And I'm saying, well, maybe we need to, like, these are, in some sense, our friends. You have to be careful about that. But also, these are the people who pay the bills. So, maybe it's proper, unless we're just going to quit, to, like, ask them for help. And also make money doing it, because, okay, so then, Grace, so then what's the problem? But see, you don't want to do that, right? You don't want to do this. But if we're doing like Discord stuff, you want me to do it. But if I say, okay, that's fine, honey, I'll do it. I know that it's like kind of weird for our audience because we've built this drama audience, and now it's me like talking about the minutia of the Second World War and like sort of the British imperialists. Like, okay, there are people who'll be interested in that, but it kind of doesn't make sense for us to stay there and everyone's like,
I watched that stream.
what
It did
happened
lose
to
me.
Grace?
A lot of it lost me. I know a lot about stuff like that. Well, but it sort of lost me because it was going so in depth. It was sort of no. But the one thing about Grace is as well, she can't turn around and say that she doesn't interject, because I've seen her interject loads of times when you've been talking and someone's got out of line. Grace sort of steps in, pigeon chest, and goes, no. She does get involved. She does get involved when it's something that she feels, I don't know, is out of order towards you or anything like that. I've seen that about 2 or 3 times on that stream. She did stand up and say, no, what you're talking about. Do you understand what I mean? And it was because she didn't necessarily understand, like I didn't, the context of what was being said, but she understood the context of where someone's attitude was going, if you know what I mean. And that's more of the drama sphere, more than actually having that conversation. Do you know what I mean? If that makes any sense whatsoever, that's the way I've seen it.
Let me see if I can articulate this. And Grace, you can do it if you want to, but like I think the thing that's not apparent that's going on that confuses a lot of people is because our career started in the midst of a family crisis, which I think everyone at this point recognize is a real thing. That's what was going on. It was like a crazy situation where we just came on, right? And I tried to do the intellectual stuff, but like this stuff got in there. And then there was this kind of impetus, like, okay, so there was this kind of war within our family. And I think the idea was, okay, Dad, I'm on your side. We're going to win. And there's a ton of pressure to make this happen. I don't think I intended for Grace to experience it that way. But you can see how she's saying, like, okay, we've got to, like, it's a war. We've got to, put a lot of pressure on winning and making money and, proving that we're not bad people to people in our family who are saying that. And that's not really, especially when you didn't even really choose it, right? It's not fair to be part of a war that you didn't choose to be a part of, and especially to feel like the world is on your shoulders. And that's going to tire you out. And I think that, so I think she's just burned out on that, which doesn't really mean she's burned out on streaming. Do you see what I'm saying? But that she has trouble. Totally. So
it was forced
you have to differentiate. Like, okay, look, I whatever anyone wants to say about Grace when she was 16 years old, that she sort of aligned herself with me, they can say all those kind of things. But no one is going to say that this situation is on Grace's shoulders to work out on behalf of her entire family, and all the rest of us are just waiting for her to make it happen. That's totally an unfair thing. I think she did get that sense.
I still have that sense.
I don't think it really came from me. I think it came from your mother. She gave you this sort of challenge, prove it, bitch, right?
Either or it come from a mum or it come from wherever it come from. At the end of the day, the girl at 20 years old, she's had a lot on her shoulders. Everyone's got skeletons in the closet. Everyone's got issues. It's not always broadcast on the internet.
Let me use an example. Can I just use an example? So Stinky Brew, can you imagine? So you have this cute little daughter. It's a totally different situation, but I'm saying you have this cute little daughter and you're a mother and a father and you're like, oh, this kid is so cute. Let's take her to LA, to Hollywood. Let's sell everything, put all our money into this investment of this girl being like a child actress and model, right? And if it fails, we're fucked, right? But we aren't able, we have careers that are like Taco Bell, McDonald's, but we're just gonna go for this. Put all our, or she's got a great singing voice. Let's put everything on her succeeding on American Idol, right? And give her singing lessons. That's not fair to that kid, but that kid may be a natural singer, but it's going to be difficult for that kid to differentiate, the pressure of having to do this on behalf of her family, which would be child abuse, I think, at a certain point. And especially if you're saying well, kid, you've got to make it happen. And if you don't,
we've all seen them documentaries. We've all seen them,
Yeah.
them things when all the pressure's on the kid. We've all seen
yeah,
it.
it can be. Usually the kid will just fall apart immediately. But then,
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it doesn't mean that the kid couldn't have a lot of talent and flourish as a singer or an actor, right? And so that doesn't, you know what I mean? Like it's a tricky thing.
It's a thin line. Yeah, it is a thin line.
Generally speaking, parents should say, well, listen, honey, you know, I do want you to practice. I do want you to succeed. But if you don't want to do this, just say it definitively, and then this is over. But you can't be like in and then out. You know what I mean? Like, it's also not fair if the kid's like, oh, I love singing, and then doesn't show up for the audition because she's like, I don't know, my friend burned out, and then says, oh, I really do want to. You know what I mean? Like, it can be. You got to kind of shit or get off the pot at a certain point, and especially when that kid becomes an adult. I think you got to say, like, okay, if you're Taylor Swift and you got into this because your parents pushed you into it, okay, don't be Taylor Swift anymore. Just, you know, drop it. But you're not a victim if you're Taylor Swift. You know what I mean? Like, you should just, you know, you got to either embrace your, I would call it like a calling. It's more than just like a career. You got to embrace your calling to be a superstar, or say, like Audrey Hepburn, I think at the height of her career said, I'm out. I don't want to do it. No more Hollywood. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's hard because
Cat
now
Stevens,
this is...
he was an Englishman. You know, remember Cat Stevens? He just went Muslim.
Give up, disappeared.
20 years, just disappeared, became Yusuf something, and then eventually came back much later. And maybe that was the right thing for him to do.
It's become a job. It was exciting at first, and now it's become a job, and it has become a job. At the end of the day, it's your income now. And in any job, I've had.
Problem. That's not the problem.
No, listen to what I'm saying. But
okay,
go
ahead.
Yeah, listen. After every, I don't know, within 6 months in a job or 6 months of doing something, you become complacent. Maybe this isn't the problem, but you become complacent, and you're like, I just don't want this anymore. Let me look at the job site. Let me look at something else. There's something else. You need to move on to something else. That's why I've felt in life, and there's nothing wrong with that. Do you know what I mean? It's just you want something more.
For most creative careers is, okay, so I have to sing this song at 7 o'clock in front of all these people, and I have to deliver the song the way I delivered it when I most felt that way. But I have a cold, and frankly, you know, I've got the shits. To be a professional, you've got to fake it. You know what I mean? It's like, you've got to fake it for that crowd. You can't just be like,
it's like you say, I don't know, Coldplay. Oh, I've got to play Yellow again. Fucking hell, that's from 1990. Do I really have to play that fucking song again? Sick and tired of it. Do you know what I mean? And that. I might be wrong, but that's where I think you are, Grace. I think you just
no, not at all.
Well, where are you then? If not, where are you then?
First of all, the greatest thing for me would be if this if this whole career thing got off of the whole like I want to get famous thing and just became a regular job. Like that would be a dream for me. I don't, but
not a hobby. Not a hobby.
Like, but like if it was like a job, like that's fine. I want it to be more like that. I'm fucking sick of saying like so much is writing on this. You know what I mean? I don't mind the like day to day where like we make a certain amount of money and it's like stable, but it's lower than the crazy ups and downs.
Look at the chat. They're so funny.
I know, they're very funny.
Please, Ben, talk about the shits. It's preferable to Stinky.
My problem is I just don't understand where I'm supposed to fit in. I just don't get it. And I still haven't had my question answered. If my dad is... I don't know why I should be on camera or on mic during my dad's streams. I just don't get it. I feel like I'm just taking up space.
Ask me.
I feel like shit.
I'll answer.
Go ahead, yeah.
Okay, if I say, and Stinky Brew, I think agrees with me that there's a polarity where there's a yin and there's a yang. And it's totally natural that an older man tends to be more intellectual. A younger woman tends to be less intellectual, more drama-oriented, personality-based. Correct?
Yeah.
Are you asking Steve?
No. I mean, we all agree with that.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but I think you're also saying this. Desktop streams are this, and IRL is this, and we've run out of money for IRL right now. Which is true.
Not really. No.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, like to do a big trip, like
Okay, fine for a big
You
trip,
know,
but there's tons
like-
of stuff you could do that's not a big trip.
Hold on a minute. Okay, but well, I think you're saying like desktop streaming is this, and this is IRL, and I know you broadly like say that, and I don't think I don't think those two categories map onto the other two categories. Yes, loosely.
Wait.
But
those two categories don't map onto
Darius
what
does
other
desktop
categories?
personality streaming. Because you're in a studio.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Doesn't mean that it's going to be intellectual.
No, I
It
agree.
doesn't.
It doesn't. When I'm reviewing Ava, it's
Yeah,
not
you can
intellectual.
review Ruvalo. That's about as drama, silly, funny, goofy as it can be.
Yeah.
So then you're saying, okay, but what I'm hearing from you is like, okay, we're two people in front of a desk. There's nothing for me to do here. Okay, and I'm saying something like red pill content has a lot less to do with intellectual anything and a lot more to do with, calling. One thing you do is you like calling out fake men who are giving fake advice. That's huge on the internet right now, right?
Yeah.
Guy like Rollo Tomasi, Andrew Wilson, Jim Bob, Wes Watson. They're goofballs. They're not intellectuals.
No, I don't think so.
So do you have to use words? And is there some degree to which you would use like some basic intellectual content to troll them? Yeah, okay. But you're like, well, that's not me. I just think it's ridiculous. You're over exaggerating.
Ben, I'm curious as well. When
I've interacted
Grace,
with those guys, those
Cool.
kind of people a ton. I'm not sure what you're saying.
But you're
Grace, when
saying. Go ahead.
when you was talking about obviously you don't need money to do IRL, what any examples? What was you thinking?
Well, I mean,
Have
there's
you got
tons
any
of stuff
examples?
about our overall life, like the storage unit and fixing
She was
the
saying,
RV?
selling
There's tons
stuff
of
out of the
stuff that we need
storage
to, like,
unit, fixing the RV,
fix.
having OPC Don, if he was generous enough to come down and fix stuff. You don't really need to go over it. We could walk down the bike path here,
Yeah.
go swimming.
I mean,
like-
I had 160 people in chat going to the market down the street, and like, I'm not even
When you
saying
went shopping,
that's particularly good. It's like 5 out of 10 content, but like, it's perfectly.
What are you
doable.
complaining about? I don't even know. What are you complaining about?
Okay, so
Why not do
I
it
feel
then?
like I'm in between a rock and a hard place because when I'm streaming with you, I don't understand how I'm supposed to contribute, and I just feel like I'm a sack of shit sitting here. When I'm doing my own streams, oftentimes
But-
I'm tired from winding myself up during your stream, so I
Okay.
don't really do
But-
personal
but-
or
but-
IRL streams.
But what I said to you, like I said to you today, okay, so Discord, I said, why don't we set up our own room that's oriented towards something that's kind of, let's say, a young people's kind of topic that's not going to bring like the heavy intellectual hitters in, like, our girl's funny, something like that, right? Okay, so like you're not going to sit here and say like, I mean, you have nothing. You can't. What I think you're saying is like, I can't use words because words belong to men.
No.
Well, to some extent, it seems like that. So why can't you create? Or like when we're talking with Glenn Lawrence, like, why can't you network with him to get on Pearl's show, which would be a huge, huge boon to our audience? Like, you're just like, no, I don't like him. Or
I don't know how
something
many
like that.
cameras you've got around that, but
Glenn Lawrence. I like Glenn Lawrence. It's not about that. It's like, it just naturally happens. It's not like I'm suppressing myself.
Well, women
I
are
just
natural
don't
networkers,
really
right?
have anything to say.
Well, women are natural networkers, right?
Yeah.
And guys will like make a business deal, but like women will kind of just say like, oh, let's keep in touch. Here's my number, and you work it, right?
Yeah.
And you also like manipulating people if it's to their benefit as well as ours, right? Which
Yeah, sure.
I think women are good at that, and attractiveness helps, and youth helps, and like friendliness helps. And
Grace,
being
you
less
need to be.
abrasive.
Yeah, and I
Sorry,
don't mind
Ben.
being friendly to Glenn or DMing him. I have him on DMs. He's
Well, I'm
invited
just
me
saying.
onto
So you're just
shows.
saying like my pussy is dry. Okay, so like I don't know.
I've gone on many, many Glenn Lawrence panels, and I always find that I just don't really have anything to say. But I enjoy listening to you on them. But I don't know if I'm just like
Why do you have
Grace,
nothing to say? You have nothing to
Grace.
say about men and women? the relationship
Grace,
between
what,
men and
what
women.
I'm trying to say
nothing
is,
to say about it.
sorry, Ben. Grace, what I'm saying is, it's like, obviously, you've got to be present, obviously, because your dad don't know the techno side, he don't know OBS or whatever things you use and stuff like that, so you've got to be present. But I don't know how many cameras you've got. Why don't you be sort of like, I don't know, Joe Rogan's got Jamie, or I think Ethan Klein's got the other one, that you're sort of sat away, you've cameraed up, not all the time, but then if you need to interject, you can turn that camera off and then you can, bring it in. So you don't feel
I don't have
like
a
a
real
spare
problem with
dick at a wedding.
we even have these headphones that they can be remote, so she can listen and also talk. But
Do you know what I mean? And just interject when and put the camera. Yeah, rather than being the spare dick at a wedding, sat there like, yeah, I'm just fucking, yeah, hello, you're all right. Do you know what I mean? Then obviously it goes to you. What someone said now, I fucking hate Grace laughing all the time because I know someone's saying something in the comments straight away.
The comment is from the one and only Joe Shabatoni. Ben asks Grace a question, Stinky talks. Stinky asks Grace a question, Ben talks.
It's true. It is true. I've got to get it in when I can. But do you know what I mean?
I know. We're talking over you.
If you did it that way, where you're sort of away, Ben's front and center in camera, but you're at the side or doing whatever you're doing, you can walk away when you want, you can do whatever you want, and then just come back, obviously, as and when need you, and then interject when you can, turn your camera on, and then you can say, no, I don't agree with that. Do you know what I mean? Just like Joe Rogan does with Jamie. I mean, Jamie's not even on camera. And then you've also got, Ethan Klein with, I know he's got a load of soldiers around him, and it turns to them. That might be a way to go.
But then you're essentially saying my dad is a solo streamer, but like I'm just here for tech support and to give him sandwiches and stuff. Not that I think that's like demeaning or anything, but I just don't think he wants to be a solo streamer. Right?
But he's not a solo streamer.
Well, if I'm interacting with Discord or talking with people,
that's what I mean.
Really a solo streamer. It's not like you're the only person on earth I can interact with.
No, I'm not saying it is, but if I'm fundamentally not paying attention because I'm doing something else, wouldn't you feel like, okay, well, that's not really what we're supposed to do?
But you should be paying attention. You should be paying attention because your job is to give him tech support and come in when you can. So you've always got to be paying attention. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so if
it can be worked out different ways. I actually am quite adept with technology, so I could learn all that stuff. It's not really hard for me to do. It's just why do it if she's always here. Okay, but she could teach me how to do that. And I think look to like I know Sponge is kidding or Shabatoni is kidding, but like the reason I'm talking and Stinky Brew are talking is because you're just sitting there crying. Basically, you're just whining. We're trying to help you out. I'm your dad. He's kind of an uncle figure. And like you're not saying that you're not being allowed to talk. I just think you're mostly whining, not really engaging.
I agree with Ben to a certain extent. It's like get to the point.
Okay.
What do you want? What do you want? What do you want to do?
Sometimes but you've got kids or a kid. Sometimes a kid, like especially a baby, like they don't know what they want, right? They'll say they're yelling and screaming, and all they want you to do is tell them like shut up, and have them turn the light off, and then they'll just fall asleep. But they didn't know that. You know what I mean? They're just too tired, and they want to overstimulate themselves. But like, okay, so there's something going on like that. I think where you're just saying I'm unhappy, but I don't think you're putting your finger on what it is that's making you unhappy, because I'm pretty flexible. I think
it's not constructive. I'm unhappy. I'm pissed off. It's not constructive. Not just with a child, with a missus or anything like that. I'm not happy. Okay, you're not happy. All right, yeah. A little bit more information.
It's an okay starting point.
A starting point.
Okay, so now we got to say why we're unhappy. And I do think this thing of like having come into this with all this pressure to like, like a war that you didn't start, but you suddenly became the general of, in your view, right, Grace? Because early in this war, like your mother and her minions, like tagged me as the bad guy. I went to jail, all this kind of stuff. So like it kind of shifted to you to be able to like, because if people say I'm a rapist, I'm a child molester, like of course I'm gonna say no, I'm not. But like you would be the one who would naturally say like that is not true. But you haven't been able to do that because you're just like, it's so hard to have your mother and your brother say those kind of things. And I do understand that, but like, I can't really, I mean, it's kind of, obviously I'm going to say I am not an abusive person towards my kids, but like, doesn't really get me out of it.
Well, it's not even so much about what I say, right? It's more about like how I act and stuff, and like overall, just like us seeming happy and dysfunctional versus not, right? I mean, how what I say has something to do with it, but
Well, I mean, I just don't think you want. I understand you don't want to do the things that would be. I just think you got sort of commandeered into a war in which, like, you are the person through whom, like, I'm being attacked, so you have to defend me.
Yeah.
And you feel like I don't want to. And I understand that. And why does that have anything to do with being on YouTube? Why should it? Well, it does. You know, I didn't want to make it that.
that's true. But the Discord thing really doesn't have much to do with that, in my opinion.
But I just think you're exhausted from the whole. You've been saying this from day one. We'll do a great stream. I'm like, that was great. And you're like, I feel terrible. I want to die. You know, and I'm like, what?
Yeah.
We're going great. We got a
Yeah.
lot of money. You're just like, no.
Okay, yeah, maybe it's the whole thing, but this I feel like is just my thing about the Discord. I don't understand where I fit in when the topics are dominated by you. If you're the funny one with the good points, then what is my role?
Okay, but
you're saying that's too small grain and like it's a bigger problem.
if you really wanted to, like, sort of workshop that, I do think it takes a little bit of creativity to say, like, where do I fit in a situation like this?
Okay.
Okay, so one thing is, like, I go on Discord because literally almost no one on YouTube will interact with me because they're afraid of me. Or you can say that's a cope, but whatever reason, I can't. Like, I can't interact with people, right? So you can. You can. I don't think you've been blacklisted like me.
No.
So I kind of am hoping no one knows I'm Ben Thorpe on Discord.
Yeah, even though I think they all kind of know at this point. And
Well, I'm hoping that
haven't
by
really
the
cared
time they
so
get to
far.
know, they're like, okay, he's not the monster that people are now telling us he is. Okay, we've talked to him. I don't know what
Yeah.
you're fucking talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's like a kind of touch and go thing. I could see it being like, can't get into either server
Sure.
today.
Grace, like I say, you're not a kid. At the end of the day, you're 22, coming up 23. At the end of the day, you need to decide what you do on the internet. Do you know what I mean? You need to say, this is what I'm willing to do. There's no point saying, well, I don't know what I'm doing or where I fit in. You need to decide where you fit in and what you're doing. You need to say, right, this is what I'm doing, and go at it and do it.
Yeah,
do you know what I mean?
You're just saying you got to do it, but I do think you can also say, like, I don't really know how I fit in to a new situation. Like, and there's always gonna be changes in situations. How do I fit in here? And I would say, one of your assets, if you just, I don't mean this in this like kind of degrading way, is on Discord, you're not on camera, and I do think like being on camera gives you more access. Who wouldn't want a pretty girl on their stream?
Have no problem with that.
I think that I'm an incredibly attractive guy, but it's not the same.
No,
it's just not the same.
Yeah, no, I would have
So-
I would have more interaction in the Discords if the cameras were on. I think because people would
Right,
just
and
say,
if
like,
you're
okay, I wanna
saying
talk to
something
her.
about, let's say, your opinion about like dating advice, it's different coming from an attractive young female than it would be an old lady, right?
Yeah.
So,
But what were you saying earlier about like the YouTube people I have access to and you don't? Like, I kind of get that. Like, I might be able to get like on a dating like or whatever podcast or whatever, and you wouldn't be able to as easily. Is that what you're talking about? That kind of thing?
yeah, like you could get on Pearls. I know that she blocked you because, I don't know, someone probably told her something and she was with Andrew
I
Wilson.
know. I posted a meme of her that was.
Okay, well,
not-
whatever. She
it was
probably forgot
nasty.
about it. But
Probably,
like,
yeah.
or you could apologize, or whatever. You could have Glenn apologize on your behalf, and
Yeah,
it's
I
like
could apologize, yeah.
it's conceivable that in 2 days you could be on there because maybe she wouldn't want you on there because you would, look like you're mogging her because you're younger and one could argue more attractive. But I think her content is not slaying it. She's not like million view live stream. Her live streams get like 4 or 5K. It's not much higher than us. could you have an interesting conversation with her? Now, you could say, I actually couldn't, Dad. But, like, I just think that's selling yourself a bit short. Because if you say that women can't use words, all they are is, like, something to look at, like, that's not...
No.
It's not reasonable.
Okay,
there are some women whose only use is their bodies, but... Like,
okay, but do you think I'm coping if I say,
very
like...
low bar.
I don't really have any interest in talking to Pearl as of right now? Except
you don't
for
have,
the viewers.
So you're saying I have no... Okay, glad you said
what
that.
is you interested in then, Grace? Yeah.
But I don't want to do things for viewers anymore. Like,
okay, hold on a minute.
level.
Hold on. Well, I don't understand what you're talking about. Just if it's only for viewers, yes, I agree.
Right.
So if Fresh and Fit invited you to come down to be on their after hours program and said, be yourself. It's going to be 4 hours long. Would you do it or not? Would you have no interest?
No, I would have interest.
Okay. If you were invited on whatever podcast and you knew Andrew was going to be there, would you have interest?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what's the difference with Pearl? I don't get it.
She intimidate you?
No. It's not about
Fresh
that.
and Fit would be kind of intimidating because you were the...
Yeah, I was going to say that would be more intimidating. Yeah.
No, Pearl,
and it's a kind of
would
sketchy
be,
environment, I think.
Or is it just no rapport?
Similar to Glenn Lawrence.
I mean, there are literal fights that break out in that studio.
Yeah.
Whatever, not really, but anyway, so...
The way I'd see it, to fuel you, Grace, think of these people now at the end of the day, right? You're sort of, you ain't got the money you used to have, but you think of like, I don't know, D-Dog and Psycho Spud. I know he's not quite there yet. And all these people, they're all making money on your content. Are you with me?
It's not about the money, really. We're doing fine in terms of money. It's not really.
But what I'm saying, that would piss me completely off. That people are making money off the back of the content that I could. That would really, really fucking annoy me.
Yeah,
I must admit, if you're struggling,
that's a problem with being a lol cow. If you're too lol cowish, and people genuinely dislike you, then they will not want to support your content, but will want to watch haters. Hate on you.
Hate on your content. It's fucking out. That'd wind me up so much. It would.
But I think, I think you need to adjust to a more positive. You know what I mean? You need to be more positive content. And that does, I think, happen over time. I think the level of haters of us is, if it was like 99% haters, 1% like supporters, especially of me, that's very much changed. Like, that's become much more 50-50. Because, like, it's not as, like, crazy as it was when Grace's mother was involved, the police and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But anyways, Grace, so, I mean, I think if I say, okay, so then if you say I would be interested, and it's not just about making money on going to Fresh and Fit, or doing a stream with that guy, that goofy guy, what was his name, the Jewish guy? And then accusing him of human trafficking you, which he would actually be doing by flying you to have sex.
Poseidon's Action Man.
Let me answer that. Let me answer the question about that. Actually, I don't want to do that thing with Action Man. 2 years ago, I would have jumped on that. Now, it sounds exhausting. It sounds
because he's
going
to have this expectation.
It's not even about that, though. I can handle that. A guy that's a funny troll. A guy flies me out and says, like, we're gonna have sex, and I just like get him too drunk or whatever, and then I'm like,
and then you accuse him of, and then you literally accuse him of human trafficking, because that's what Diddy
just keep the stream on. Right? What's he gonna do? Turn it off and rape me? No. So it would be funny, but I don't have the. I just like I think like theoretically that would be really funny and get a lot of viewers. I can't. It's like I'm depressed. I'm tired. I'm like, I don't have the energy to do that.
Okay, but then you got to ask. So why would Fresh and Fit be appealing?
It would be the same kind of thing. Theoretically, I would think it would be a lot of fun, but in actual fact, I'd be like, oh god.
Okay, but you just said you would be interested.
I would be interested, just like I'm interested with the Action Man thing. But I would be like, okay, I'm gonna rally myself up to get the energy to do this. Like
you're doing it for the wrong reasons.
I'm not saying I would be not interested. It's just that I don't have the energy.
Yeah, you're just saying I am blocked.
Yeah.
Like writer's block or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you're burned out.
Yes.
Okay, so then it has nothing to do with all this. Why are we fucking... Why are we fucking?
I was just going to say that. She's literally burnt out. You're burned out. You're burnt out. You've had enough.
I didn't realize that was what was going on.
But okay, so I say, I'll do this. I'll do most of the content. You can just hang out here, and we'll wait until you get your energy back. And you're like, no, because then I'll attack myself and spiral into self-hatred. Like, I don't know. You need to figure that out. Maybe you need to get marijuana or something to like. You can't have it both ways.
To be honest, Ben, there's nothing wrong with what she said, though. At the end of the day, she's burnt out. She's depressed. She's had enough. Fair enough. That's it. You've answered your own question. You've had enough.
But if you say I'm burnt out, but I also, it would be worse for me to rest than to keep doing this, then like that's an impossible situation. Like you have to be able to say I'm burnt out. I recognize it, and I'm going to enjoy stepping back a bit.
Stepping back, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Totally.
But you can understand if I didn't understand that
If you say I can't enjoy stepping back, and that'd be even worse than what I'm experiencing when I'm engaged.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. You've got to accept one.
No one can help you out of that one.
I didn't understand that I was burned out. I didn't understand that, so I thought there was some kind
Mark
of a
Fusion
chemistry
says time
problem.
for a weed arc.
I wanted to respond to this chat. Some unfinished business said, "Oh fuck! You cucked yourself, Grace. That's not even close to what your stated issue was." Yeah, but like the more I think about it, like if I was fresh and happy and had energy, I would find a way to do the Discord thing and to like weave it together. Like, do you know what I mean? Because I'm talking about all these different options, and I'm like, theoretically, I would be interested in all of them.
I'm interested in people who are saying, no, that's not the issue. Okay, so unfinished business 001, very good chatter. It's not a burnout issue. Okay, so maybe explore that.
Grace, she seems like she's on autopilot. She's just going through the motions with no passion behind it. She's just literally.
I think it has to do with this pressure thing. Yeah, and when you've experienced like 2.5 hours of when the restaurant. Speaking of Mark Fusion, when the restaurant failed, I was depressed for 6 months, and I absolutely had to be because I put so much pressure on it. All you know what I mean? Like,
thank you, Roberto.
So much money.
That's it, Stinky. Suck on that vape as your smoke alarm chirps in your ear. You useless sack.
I think Sticky Bro is terrific, but I do think the beep is annoying. So
I appreciate him being here. No, okay. It's helping a lot.
Yeah, no, he's a real great avuncular figure, I think.
Where are you going for smoke?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where are they?
In the RV.
Why?
I forgot to bring them up. Do you have the key?
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Ben, learn how to roll. Learn how to roll.
Do what on the Discord thing? The same issue would occur. You won't know what to do in the Discord calls. That's not true. Like what I'm saying is that's not true because as I'm thinking about it, if like Myron Gaines DM'd me and said like, I want you on the show. You can just be yourself, but like just theoretically, I would be like, okay, I wouldn't have the energy to do it right now. I'd feel like, fuck, I'm going to miss out on such a big opportunity. And I'd probably turn it into something that I'm going to put a lot of pressure on and then end up getting drunk for or whatever. But theoretically, I'd be like, okay, that would be fun. I can do my daddy pill thing. I can be myself. I think I'm funny. I think I'm charming. And I think it would be good content. And if they hate me, whatever, they can kick me out. So theoretically, I would think it would be fun to do that. But I just don't have the energy for it as of right now. So I think that's making me think. I've never really said I've been burned out for like the past 7 years. It hasn't really calmed down enough to the point where I can just say like, no, I'm just burned out. I need to recharge or whatever.
You're thinking too much, Grace. That's what it is. You just burnt out. You've given it everything you've got, and you just need to recoup. That's all it is. It's nothing major. Don't think it's anything more than that.
But it could not be that. It could be some kind of deeper problem. I'm open to that. I do think my dad's right that like you don't understand all of this streaming stuff. The whole time I've been on the internet, except for like the first few months, has like there's been this like overwhelming meta narrative about like I have to prove that I was right to be friends with dad because we're gonna make tons of money and be famous. Otherwise, my mom and my siblings were right, and I'm an isolated loser. And like that doesn't really like when you get too into that doesn't really allow you to just like, you know, just chill with chat. It's like there's this like meta narrative in the background. You know what I mean?
You're trying to prove something.
Proving something, yeah. Doing something to prove something is fucking exhausting, and I just think, I'm just exhausted of it.
You're doing something for the wrong reasons. You're not doing something because you want to do it. You're doing something just to prove other people wrong, and that's the wrong. In my opinion, it's the wrong.
Well, no, it's not that I don't like to do it. It's not just one or the other. I do like doing it, but it would be way different if I didn't have this pressure to prove something to other people, to prove people wrong.
Take that pressure away. I know it's hard, but take that pressure away. You don't have to prove anything to anyone. Just do what you do.
That's what I have to do. I think that pressure has burned me out. And now I don't. It seems like, oh, she never wanted to stream. She doesn't want to stream. It's not true. But I just I've associated it too much with proving something, so now I don't want to do it at all. You know, like I think that happens.
Yeah, fuck you. I'm going to succeed. I'm going to succeed no matter what. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. And you've put so much pressure on yourself that you're bound to get burnt out. No doubt about it.
Yeah. So now I want to separate the two things. I don't want it to be about proving something, and I don't know how that happens. Maybe it's just a matter of time. Maybe
I don't know. I honest to God, I don't know how it happens. I just know that if I was doing everything that I enjoy doing, just to, I don't know, prove the missus wrong. Oh, you know what I mean? It's the wrong way to do it.
We were just talking about how there's been an element in all of streaming since the first few months, even actually since the beginning, at least for me, where it's like I like doing it. But it's also there's an element of it where it's done to prove something to somebody else.
Maybe I could while you're rolling a couple of cigarettes. Maybe I could talk to Stinky Brew a bit just to get his take on something. And maybe you could put up that.
Oh, okay. I'll work on that.
So. Thinking, could you see, like, I think there is this kind of pressure, okay, and I think Grace should be released from this pressure, but a lot of people think that I'm putting pressure on her. I don't think I'm putting inordinate pressure on her, but I kind of do get frustrated at times when it seems like she can't, figure out what she wants to do, because, it's been years. And she's lived with me for 7 years. But then I think about like her situation vis-a-vis, her mother and her brother, both of whom are like, other than like, were much closer to her growing up than I was because I was working a lot. And I really do think that it's okay to, maybe the thing is like, they should cut her some fucking slack so that she can relax, and that it's cruel for them to be doing what they're doing. So just yesterday, Grace had to pay $500 when we're homeless already, and just scraping by of child support to her mother, which technically is her payment to me, and then she's paying them. But like, I mean, there's been no end of the hostility from them. And I don't mind it towards me, but why is it against her? Why is there so much hostility? Why should she have to experience this? And no matter how you construe, like, whatever the problem is, if you paint it in the worst way, why is it that Grace should feel like this kind of mental anguish all the time?
The girl certainly, as a 20-year-old girl, she's got a fucking hell of a lot on her shoulders, man. She's got a lot of weight on her shoulders, mate, and it's weight that she shouldn't have.
Well, do you know what I mean? This is weight that she's felt like from when she was 16, from when her brother, I think, I don't know the conversations they had, accused her and like kind of, I don't know exactly how it happened, at least told one of his brothers that I had made her into my sex slave or something, where the police ended up intervening, and just like, caused like this tumult. And her mother at the time wasn't even living with us. And you know what I mean? All this like leaving the house, coming back, whatever it is between her parents, however you want to adjudicate that. it shouldn't have been that she was left sort of taking care of a giant house with filthy dishes and destroy, everything. You know what I mean? And then it's just relentless. It's just relentless, year after year after year. And she also, when she was like 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 years old, been taking care of her siblings like for the better part of every day. Like that's not reasonable. So you can imagine after that experience, which was done out of, at a certain point she didn't know what was going on, but at a certain point she was like, okay, I'll help out. I want to help you guys out. You're trying to work through something. But our failure, whoever's problem it is, and she was always told, hang on, your dad and I are working something out, and we'll fix this and it'll be worth it. And then she never got rewarded for that. And it's just worse and worse and worse and worse. And there's like the war just never ends.
Yeah.
And it's not like, so I do think like I think you could argue that, and it's hard to do on one side if the other side won't engage, right? It's hard to have a conversation to say like, hey, Mom, this is what happened. If she won't, say her side, and her brother John will do a little bit, but it's mostly just fuck you. I hate you. And I think he knows that's wrong. And I think her mother knows what she's doing is wrong, but I mean, I seen John on a stream the other day. I can't remember what stream it was, but he was defending Grace. He wouldn't have a lot being said about Grace. If anyone went too far towards Grace, he'd literally stop it back and say, listen, let's not have a go at Grace. His issue basically was with you, Ben. Do you know what I mean? But he obviously loves his sister. Do you know what I mean? No doubt about it. He loves his sister and he wants to defend his sister. Do you know what I mean? I think John is very, very confused. I also think his mother is very, very confused. But I mean, okay, so I mean, this might be interesting to do. Grace didn't leave it, but she had a series of texts back and forth with her brother that had nothing to do with anything personal or whatever. It was just sort of his take on things and her responding. And he was more conciliatory, but she was also trying to like not, also to be very conciliatory. And I think that's progress, but she finds it very frustrating because can you imagine your brother going on like TV and saying like, you suck your dad's dick and fuck him constantly? That's really hard to just, even if it was true, right? To say that publicly and think it's like a win. I mean, there's no circumstance. Even if it was true, what would be the point of humiliating your sister like that, right? To millions of people. Even if you was the fucker that was doing that, how is it going to benefit her in any way? Even if I was doing it, okay, go to the police, no problem. But sit there online and humiliate you. It's not like you're defending your sister against your father if you're saying you suck our daddy's dick. I mean, that's just it's very hard to see. It's like brotherly love. Every fucker never apologize. He's never apologized for it. Every fucker has skeletons in the closet. Every family's got issues and stuff like that. Obviously, yours has been made public, so that's the way it is. But I wouldn't have any problem with him, saying that to her privately, or even saying it to me privately. He never has once had a private conversation about his perceptions of those things, and he has never ever said that he's ever seen any behavior along those lines. He's just said he saw a text message once and, whatever. And maybe he's talked to his mother, who also is delusional. But even then, why wouldn't she be protecting her daughter's reputation? And why wouldn't she be she lives with John, telling him, don't say that stuff about your sister? And why wouldn't she come on and just say, or at least in chat and say, I totally disavow John saying that. He shouldn't say that. Even if she thought it was true. Do you see what I'm saying? What the fuck good does that do? Why should she have to live with that on her shoulders? It's hard enough. Can you imagine being 19 years old and coming on YouTube? And YouTube is brutal and streaming is brutal, but you also have to carry this weight from your own fucking family?
No, it's wrong.
It's crazy.
I don't know. Even if they fuck you off and never have nothing to do with you, I don't know why they've not embraced Grace and just said, "This is my daughter, this is my sister," and at least have some sort of, do you know what I mean, relationship with her where she feels comfortable in both households.
And
because at the end of the day, it's flesh and blood.
Here's an interesting thing. Try to wrap your brain around this one. I was in jail. Everyone knew I was in jail for 12 days. And so Grace was all by herself.
No one got in contact with her.
Not one word, right? And so you can't say Dad's going to fuck around with us. Not one word. And the only thing that did happen, she got attacked by a gang of people with eggs that John then took credit for. Whether he's part of that or not, like she was in the RV. They physically threw eggs at her at the RV, which is not the end of the world, but like it's scary. She's all by herself. That's what you do for your sister when she's alone, instead of saying, hey, you know, now that Dad's not here, maybe we could have a conversation about whether, you know, what, right? Not a fucking word. Explain that to me. How that's love.
I don't get it. I can't explain it. I can't explain it. I don't speak to my brother. We've had
either. He's never.
My brother. I've got one brother. We don't speak. You know what I mean? We've had arguments in the past. But anything happened to him or any of his kids, and I'd be the first one at his fucking front door. Do you know what I mean? Because that's the way it is. And I just don't understand it. I can't. Yeah. There's no.
I appreciate you saying.
There's no maternity. There's no maternity there. There's no like maternal feelings or fucking hell, black eyed peas. Where is the love? Do you know what I mean? There's nothing there. I don't get it.
But here's the thing. I would say if there's just nothing, that's one thing. But there's active attacks. You know what I mean? I don't get along with my parents particularly well, but they leave me alone.
You don't go online and start slagging them off and saying, I don't do the same thing with my brother, and start slagging them off. It just is what it is, and that's it. Done and dusted. You don't. You know what I mean? Go out your way to attack them.
I mean, tell me the theory. Yeah. If you think Grace was abused by me, she's an adult. If she makes mistakes, they're her mistakes. Attacking her is going to actually drive her to her abuser, if anything, right? So if she gets attacked by eggs, which is not the end of the world again, but it is scary for a girl to just be like attacked by a random group of strangers who could be anyone, could have had guns.
If what happened, then Grace is a victim, and what they're doing is they're punishing a victim for being a victim.
But how is that supposed to make her feel like her relationship with me is problematic? Because of course they would have never fucking done that if I was in the RV, because I would have come out and I would have wanted fucking blood. But they're cowards, so they do it when she's all by herself and they know she's on stream, right? So how is that not even if it's unhealthy, how is that not saying when I come out of jail, she's going to absolutely cleave to me?
Because it needs your protection. Yeah, right. I get you.
And like, how would you, I mean, she was petrified. She didn't even go to the police because she was afraid the police were against us, because the police, because of these stupid laws, ended up putting me in jail. So they were like, she didn't trust the police. She felt totally alone. She didn't feel like she could trust the police. She had a violent attack, which I understand is just eggs, but like it was an IRL attack. Can you imagine if someone just showed up there and started like, it'd be scary. Yeah. Throwing like, let's say acorns at your windows. It'd be scary. It'd be intimidating, right? To have that be like a gang of people organized to do this. Her mother met with this guy, RD. And it was a group of people whose only connection to us is that they wanted to destroy our lives as much as possible.
Is he a chatter? RD, he's a chatter, isn't it? Is he a chatter, RD?
RD, yeah.
I've seen him.
He also does streams about us. And he also organized last summer a meetup for all the people who, the only thing they had in common is that they wanted to destroy Grace and my life as much as possible.
They hate you, basically. That's all they had in common.
Now, that looks like a fucking gang, honestly. That looks like a terrorist gang.
But it's terrorism, isn't it? It's domestic terrorism at the end of the day.
It is cyber terrorism.
It's literally what it is.
And we went to the FBI, and the FBI was like, yeah, that's what that is. But like,
you can't do nothing until something happens.
Here's one of them right here. We can, if it's him.
Of course it's me. Why are you trying to bamboozle Mr. Stinky Brew?
Yes, Robert.
Robert or Bob or whatever. Why are you telling lies to Mr. Stinky Brew?
Well, you inform him otherwise. Go ahead.
Go on then, Rizza. What's up? What's correct?
But
I'll put you. Wait.
Ask me a question, Mr. Stinky Brew, that you think is a good question to ask Ben. I'll give you the real answer.
Right. Okay. Do you think Grace is a victim in all this that's going on?
Yes.
Wait. How do I dip down? How do I dip down? I want you guys to have it. Do you guys know?
There
should be loads of options.
With us? You should stay here.
No, I'll pop up, but I want to give you guys space so you don't feel like I'm.
Grace,
stop.
It's all right. There you go. Yeah. Do you think she's a victim in all? And right. Secondly, is this true? What he's saying about you and some other guys are organising fucking gangs to go, the warriors to go around and egg people's fucking RVs and intimidate a young girl when she's on her own.
Do you think that sounds like it's real?
I don't know. I'm just listening to what he says. It's the most, to be honest, this is the most honest conversation I've sort of had with Ben. It seems like he's opened up a little bit. Whether it's bollocks or not, I don't know, Rizza, but do you know what I mean? I'm just chatting away.
I'm just shout out, Egg Gang. Anybody in chat, Egg Gang. Of course, it's not real, Stinky Brew. You fucking retard. You think we organise people to fucking throw eggs at his RV? Come on, bro.
I thought it was a little bit far-fetched. You know what I mean? It'd be an expensive plane ride. Put it that way. Yeah. What else? So what are you saying then? What problem have you got with? Well, obviously I know you fucking got a lot of problems with Ben.
Wait a second, Stinky. Let's not go by this so quickly. I'm not saying that Raza was in charge of that. Obviously, he's in the UK. But are you saying, Raza? Are you saying that Grace's the RV didn't get egged when she was in there? People didn't text her, we just egged your RV while she was on stream? Because that is true. I saw the egg, unless she did it herself.
That is true.
Okay, so then Stinky Brew, he's
so it was a figment of Grace's imagination.
It's not bollocks. No, he's saying it did happen, right?
Oh, okay.
Right, Bob?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay.
It happened, and she deserved it, by the way.
What? Why? Why did she deserve it?
Bitch. She's a bitch. It's also true.
Okay.
Do you think that Grace is a sweet, innocent girl? She's
no, nobody thinks that. No, nobody thinks that.
So you don't like her, therefore she deserves an attack of vandalism?
I do like her.
When she's in an extremely vulnerable position?
She
fucking asshole. Fucking rip your fucking head off. I would fucking rip your fucking head off.
No,
I'm going to come over there someday. Yeah, I am. You watch it.
You can barely.
But go ahead. Talk your tough shit. Talk your tough shit. Go ahead. You're allowed to say your speech. But let's keep in mind, the first thing you did on here is you lied. You lied, right? Right? You lied.
And also,
you lied. Is that correct? Because you told Stinky Brew, that's bollocks. That's a lie, and then you admitted you lied, and I give you credit. You admitted you lied.
Okay, so I'll admit to it. What did I lie about?
You said that's all bullshit and made up.
That's true.
Okay, so that was a lie because you knew that there was actually an egg attack.
There was an egg attack. An egg attack.
Yeah. And I hope you laugh when I come and find you and whatever that attack looks like. Because it's going to be a legal attack and I'm going to fucking revel in it. I'm going to fucking revel and laugh. I'm going to visit you at the prison. If you make it through alive, I'm going to visit you in the prison. And every fucking day, I'm going to absolutely shove it in your fucking stupid piece of shit, low-class, postal worker, asshole fucking face. But go ahead. All I just want to establish is that you're a liar. But go ahead. Now talk about, since your lie has been proven wrong, tell Stinky Brew how it actually makes sense for someone to attack Grace when I wasn't around, instead of reaching out to her and saying, "Hey, this must be a hard time, and maybe it would be good for you to talk with someone," especially her fucking mother or her brother. Go ahead, I'm out.
I'll tell her.
Oh, go ahead, dip down, Grace.
Grace is a untrustworthy bitch. That's why.
And just, I'm just going to say, like, Thorpe, Stinky Brew, RZA collab confirmed for 2027 in the UK. Still RZA. Fucking hell, mate. She's a young girl, mate. She's on her own. She's vulnerable. Fucking hell, mate. You know what I mean?
She's 22 now. She's 22 now. She's not a young girl.
Yeah, 22, but fucking still, mate. You know what I mean? I know the egg attack is a bit fucking extreme and a bit melodramatic, but still, it might have fucking scared the girl. You know what I mean? It's
who cares?
Wait, hold on a minute. We'll take a little break from you guys if you don't mind.
Yeah,
I'm
no
going
worries.
to take a break to have a smoke, and Grace can tell you what that experience was for her without you mocking her, Raza. And then you can come up. Then you can come up and you can mock her. Okay? Then you can do that. And I'm not going to sit here and coach her. She can just tell you what that felt like.
Give us some fake tears, Grace. Go on.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. Okay. Well, I think it was like a couple days into my dad being in jail. I was in the RV streaming, and I was totally alone. And I think somebody came in chat and said, "You've been visited by Egg Gang," and I thought they were just trolling or something because I didn't hear anything. And then I think it was like the afternoon or something. I walked outside. Might have been at night. I don't remember. Anyways, I left the RV, but I didn't show it on camera, and there were eggs on the side of the RV. And obviously, the problem is not so much the eggs as somebody knowing my location, which freaked me out. And I didn't show chat because I didn't want them to know that they had scared me, so I didn't show it to the stream or anything, and I just pretended like, I don't know what they're talking about. But I did see the eggs. It was just creepy, so I didn't sleep on the street anymore. I just went to a Walmart parking lot. So obviously the eggs being on the RV is not really the problem so much as somebody knowing my location and being willing to vandalize my house or whatever. And therefore I didn't know what was coming next. So I was super paranoid after that point. Until my dad got out of jail. Okay, does that make sense?
Egg Gang. Bitch.
Good one.
You say that all the time, bro. Oh, good one. I got totally fucking raped and destroyed. Good one, bro. Yeah, it was a good one. You were crying about an egg smashed on your RV.
Never cried about it. But I did say, I mean, it was like, okay, there's somebody in my neighborhood who knows who I am and where I am.
Who
and
do you
at that
think
point,
was?
My studio location wasn't really known. So I was like, okay.
Your studio location was known. It's been known the whole time.
Well, it was okay, but it was known to a very limited. It was known to a very limited amount of people. So I was like, okay, well, none of those people live near me. So either they're telling somebody random in Rhode Island to come to my location to freak me out, or it's somebody I know, but I just had no idea. So I was just like, what the fuck? And I do think it's cowardly. Whoever did that should have. Why would they do it when, like, obviously this is from YouTube because they're watching my stream. So, like, my dad's in jail. So you waited until I was all by myself to do this? Like, I do think that's cowardly.
You know,
RZA,
bullshit idiot.
RZA, obviously, fucking, you don't get on and shit like that. And obviously, it's a bit dysfunctional. Well, more than a bit dysfunctional. There's a lot of fucking shit going on. But where's the hatred coming from? Why is the hate there? You know what I mean? You can dislike someone, but the hatred, where does it come from? What do you know? What do you know? What do you know that I don't?
It was IP2. You would just hold off IPT a couple days. It might be true. I don't know who did it. I never found out. My brother John said I did it. I don't know if that's true, if he lied or not. I don't know.
Listen to me, Stinky Brew.
Yeah.
Have you not watched all of this? Have you not seen the way Grace reacts? Did you not watch RD's stream the other day and go like, this girl is disgusting?
I missed it. I must have missed it. I missed that one. I missed RD's stream.
Well, that's fine. Well, maybe you should watch it.
Mm-hmm.
And after you've watched it, come back and tell me Grace is an innocent, sweet little girl who's
I'm not saying that though, Rizza. I'm not saying she's innocent and sweet.
Stream. Wait,
did we leave the eggs?
No, we talked about that.
Okay, so
egg
Stinky Brew. Okay, so let me give you a little background about this guy, Rizza.
He did call me that.
He is a man, he will admit this, who for fun, when he was part of Chinatown, got a retarded person.
Rest in peace.
A retarded person named Delandria to eat his own excrement.
Prior to Chinatown, by the way. But
their goal was to get a retarded man to eat his own excrement. And whatever, several weeks or months later, he died from liver failure, which may or may not have been related to that.
Excrement.
What sort of
Stinky Brew? I think you could do it.
Go ahead. Tell me what you think about that, Stinky Brew. We'll go down.
Kind of fucked up, to be honest. Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he's kind of fucked up, getting someone to eat their own shit.
We met someone who loved eating his own shit. We thought it was very funny.
That's not true. He didn't love eating his own shit. Your goal, let's be honest, stop lying. Because I do think you can be honest. You have some virtues. Your goal was to get him to eat his own shit. You and what's that guy's name? Ryan Shoemaker and Charles Pong, right? You were all there. I have the clip of it. You talking about it.
Yeah.
And you did question is this okay? Wrong. Is this kind of psycho what we're doing here? Right? Okay.
You're wrong.
Let me ask Stinky Brew. Okay, you'll have a chance. You don't get to talk over me though. I let you talk. I was not even here, right? So don't lie if you say he loved eating his own shit, because that was your goal, to make him eat his own shit. Okay? And do you think that someone who does that, Stinky Brew, I'm just going to ask you this question, should be brought to justice in the UK on criminal charges? Now, keep in mind, this was a person who was diagnosed with severe mental disabilities, like had the intelligence of a child. Go ahead.
I don't know. Like I said, obviously there's a lot of proof. You've got to prove that he didn't.
I'm saying,
you know
if
what I mean?
we concede it's true, should that person be criminally charged? Should that group of people be criminally charged?
Well, it's like it's online bullying, isn't it? It's if you bully someone to the point of hanging themselves, you should be held accountable. If you bully someone to the point of eating their own shit, and that does lead to the death, and it's 100%, that leads to the death, then. Yeah, probably, but there's a lot of ifs and buts in there. You know what I mean?
Let's go back, Stinky Brew. Stinky Brew. Okay, what if he's in the UK, you're in the UK? What if he got your daughter to eat her own excrement, and your daughter has?
You know what I'm like with this, Ben? You're making it personal. You're making it personal, Ben.
Do you have any balls at all, Stinky Brew? I'm just saying. I'm not saying he should do that. I'm not making fun of your daughter or anything like that. But if he was in a position where he could do that, and he got your daughter to eat her own excrement for his laughs and the laughs of his friends, would you want him criminally charged? Yes or no?
The least thing he'd have to worry about is the law. I guarantee you, because I'd find him.
Okay, so you would be inclined to want to kill him for that, right? You would want to be inclined to kill someone for that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
We've already had a stream where you're trying to find him outside your house. We've done that already, Stinky Brew.
I don't want to go there, like I say, but I'm just answering the questions honestly, and that's all I'm doing. Do you know what I mean? That's the way I'd feel. No. I'd want to find someone who did that to my daughter, and I'd kill him.
What do you think? What do you think about someone who just turned up, wasn't encouraged to eat shit at all, but just ate shit?
Then they're a fucking idiot. The idiot, and they deserve to die.
Don't call my brother Alandra an idiot. Rest in peace, Alandra. He liked eating shit. He liked doing that to himself.
Well, in that case, he's an idiot.
No. He's lying again. He's saying that, okay, can you imagine a situation? Probably wouldn't be your daughter, but like, can you imagine a situation where a guy is like, he's got friends online, right? And now he's got friends online who pay attention to him, and he's mentally, feeble, and they get him to eat shit, and he does it because they tell him, hey, good for you, right? That's the scenario. It's not
true.
that he was eating shit and that these guys just came along. No, that was their project to get him to eat the shit.
It's
and
fucked.
then make him feel like
why is someone
they
like
were
that on
his
the internet,
pals.
Ben? Why is someone on the internet who's like that, who is that easily swayed to eat their own fucking shit? They shouldn't have fucking internet access. Do you know what I'm saying?
Maybe,
it's wrong. Don't get me wrong.
But why would you blame the internet for that? Why wouldn't you say people shouldn't take advantage of someone like that? No, wait a minute. Okay, so hold on a minute. Reza also told me that he thought child abuse was hilarious entertainment of my children. What he acknowledged was child abuse. Having the police called at 3 o'clock in the morning on kids. No, you got to get rid of. You got to silence him, Grace. He said I'm not sure if he made the call, but it was one of his buddies made the call. Have the police called at 3 in the morning for kids who had to get up the next morning. Have the police in full uniform with guns knock on the door to check that everything was all right because they made a false report to the local police. He said that's epic and funny. Now, I wanted to kill him for saying that, but he maintains to this day. What do you think about someone like that?
He's fucked up.
And this is Courtney's best friend.
It's fucked up. Reza is fucked up. Reza knows he's fucked up.
Can I tell you the real story, Mr. Stinky Brew?
But no lies.
I'm getting it from all fucking ends here. Go on then, Reza.
No, let them talk by themselves. Go ahead.
Okay. So I thought it was very funny that Ben was not allowed to talk to his children after what happened, and Ben characterized that as child abuse. I don't think Ben not talking to his children is child abuse. I think that freed them, and I think it was good.
No. You're lying again. The police, the Warwick Police Department, knocked on our door. Grace can attest to it at like 2 a.m. to pull her out and ask her about what King Penis said on Discord.
King Penis.
Right, and you think that's funny. Okay. And okay, she's an adult. Okay, she was an adult at the time. Maybe that's funny. Okay, but then the police also went in full uniform with guns on their hips into the kids and woke them up from their sleep. He thought that was funny and cool.
I didn't think it was funny.
I don't know.
And
this story
then the next day they didn't go to school, and I was screamed at by their mother because they couldn't get to sleep,
go to school.
that they needed to get to school, and that's part of his whole thing, right? So the Thorpes, for him, is entertainment for his psychotic tendencies. And he has said also, hold on, Grace, can you please manage
I
this?
just muted him.
Okay. He has also said, and I know he would be super happy for this, he wants Courtney to eat her own shit. So if Grace, who is fully able to put her mother away criminally for decades, right? She could definitely do that. We all know that one. We know how the law works. She could put her mother away for decades. Reza would love that too, because that's the kind of friend he is. That's the kind of person he is. He would prefer that to telling her that she should communicate with her daughter.
When you say that, Ben, when you're talking about putting Courtney away for decades. Sorry,
for child abuse.
Okay.
We'll go down.
How is it that you're going to put Courtney away for years? Like, I know there's accusations and stuff like that, from years ago. But when you say that, I feel like it kind of puts pressure on Grace that, like, oh, well, you can put your mother away for years. And she's like, okay, well, how do I do that? Well, you could do it if you wanted to. You know what I mean? It's like it just doesn't add up. And I think that puts a lot of pressure on her. And I don't think that's warranted. But if you can tell me how she's going to put Courtney away for years, I'd be all ears to hear it. But I think the whole pressure thing that you keep, that she feels is because you keep saying things like that. Like, you could do this if you wanted to. You could
That's
do that if
literally
you
what I
wanted
was
to.
saying. I was saying how. You know what I mean? Well, you obviously said she can put away for years. How? How was that? What, from the past?
Yeah.
From things that have happened in the past? And
There's no,
yeah.
Wait a
there's no, what is it? Statute of limitations on most forms of child abuse.
Wait a second. Can we refocus though? Can we refocus? I'm just not sure what this has to do with me having issues fitting in with my dad on like Discord streams.
I'm trying to make maybe you missed this. I was trying to make the argument that this pressure that you have felt to win is not really from me. It's from this war, which has come from your own blood mother and your own blood brother, who are the two people who you're closest with, closer than me growing up, who decided, for whatever reasons, confusion or whatever, or maybe because we introduced them to fuckholes like this Bob Gorka guy, right? Thinking that they could understand that this guy is like worthy of death. That maybe in order for you to calm down, they should fucking stop the war. And that you're not going to be able to really calm down by just saying, okay. Because they're not only just saying it's neutral, they're actively attacking us. You paid a $500 bullshit money to her yesterday.
Whoa,
I
buddy.
understand that, but here's the thing, right? As far as the Discord stuff goes, I feel like they're not really actively attacking us. Now, the child support thing is a different concern. And if you feel like there should be a question about the custody thing, I'm not trying to go into detail because I know you can't talk about it right now, even though that's unconstitutional. That would be something that we could take care of through the courts.
I'm not understanding. So you're saying there's this weight on my shoulders. I think you're burned out of the weight on your shoulders.
Yeah.
That weight comes from this war that whatever anyone wants to say is not yours to take the hits on.
I don't know
Yes,
if that's
the
true.
parents-
I don't know
It's
if
yours.
that's true.
Whether it's my
No, it's
fault
mine.
or your mother's fault, it should not be that the weight ends up on your shoulders. And I don't think I put the weight on your shoulders. I think your mother and your brother put the weight on your shoulders by actively destroying your reputation for no reason and then refusing to communicate with you. And I think
I mean, that's a wound.
allying themselves with monsters like Fed Up Southern, who's a fucking asshole, whose head I would rip off her fucking shoulders for what she's done, as well as this asswipe over here, Bob Gorka. If I ever fucking met them, and I know what they would do, they would fucking run, and they would be right to run. I want them both
would run
in
right
jail
into
for
your
what they've
arms,
done.
Ben.
And
would
I
run right into
absolutely
your
want to pursue that as much as possible. But whatever,
Okay, wait,
there's
wait.
only so much you can do.
Okay,
but
wait.
they should repent of their ways
Okay, so
and
let-
tell your mother
let
and brother
Grace
to
talk.
stop doing what they're doing if they had one fucking ounce
Wait.
of concern for their own souls.
Okay, but like we don't have to have them on panel right now if they're these awful people.
It doesn't matter that's not the issue.
Well, if we get rid of them on panel and get rid of them in chat, they don't have a voice. They can go tell other people.
They're absolutely going to influence. They're the ones who talk to your mother and your brother. You can ask them.
Okay, but Mom and John are not going to come around as of right now. I can see that. We can go through the text with him. I can see they're not
Well,
going to come
then,
around.
okay, so then why should you feel bad about it?
I don't think I should. I think I should.
Why should you be
drop
saying,
this.
like, I'm doing a bad thing or I whatever? Well, why don't we just adjudicate this? Why don't they come
Because-
around? And if they don't come
because-
around, why don't we lock them up? Why don't we
because
get them locked up?
these
Why don't we get them
people-
locked up?
Who, Mom and John?
Any of these people. Any of them.
Well, these are anonymous
Stinky Brew?
trolls.
No, they're not anonymous. I know Bob Gorka, and I fucking know who Fed Up Southern is. Believe me, it's not that hard to figure out. Stinky Brew, I got no problem with. These other two, I want them locked up, and I want their lives destroyed utterly until they repent. But they could just do right.
I don't want your lives destroyed. I want to try to help you
You're such a
guys
fucking
become-
liar. You're such a fucking liar. Okay, all right. So, Fed Up Southern, when Grace was on a huge debate stream, were you?
Okay, you're talking about
no.
3 years ago.
Shut her fucking whore mouth up. This person, and she can come up and defend herself, but she'll leave because she's a coward. When Grace was on a huge debate stream, what was that stream?
It was Modern Day Debate with
Me
and You versus Destiny and Aries.
Destiny's on it, thousands of people. What did she fucking spam the chat with? In caps.
Grace is a daddy fucker.
Grace is a daddy fucker. Right?
Yeah.
That's after we had personally talked with her quite a bit. Mm-hmm. Okay? What the fuck is that? How is that defensible? I want Stinky Brew to talk about that. How is that fucking defensible?
Well, it's not defensible, is it? At the end of the day, if Grace is a victim and if this is a true thing, then that's not helping the victim, is it? That's making things fucking 10 times worse. If you want my honest opinion,
she's used.
Let's go down.
I do want to
you
ask
talk
how
to
long
him
ago that was. I do want to ask how long ago that was, because what my main thing is yeah, I mean, you came online and there was these things out there, but since then you've kind of leaned into
it wasn't daddy fucker, it was daddy sucker.
Oh, okay. I forget because it's been so long ago. But
it's been long. It's been forever.
Yeah, it's been forever. So to continue to lean into it and make jokes about it, I think is not fair to her.
Okay, so you know what's interesting? What's interesting, Stinky Brew? We may have this conversation. You're in the UK, so you may be able to help us to file charges against Bob here because we're a continent away, and I would really love to see that happen because I do think you have a particular heart for disabled people who are taken advantage of, and it's much easier from there. You're a citizen of the UK, and so is he, and we happen to know his name and about where he lives and what his job is.
It's Bob
Now, Fed Up Southern could, of course, apologize for that behavior. But instead of that, she just goes, it was a long time ago. Okay.
I just did.
No, you did not. You said it was a long time ago. So I would just ask Stinky Brew,
listen, Ben,
shut her fucking whore mouth up for a minute. I would ask Stinky Brew if he would, try to examine in what way that behavior would make sense, whether or not she goes, well, there were a lot of things online. If she believed those rumors, how would that make sense? If she didn't believe those rumors, how would that make sense? How would it make sense to say Grace is a daddy fucker in caps? And it made her cry. It made Grace cry.
Ben, it makes sense.
Hold on a minute. It made her cry after she had been on this huge stream at fucking 19 years old. It made her cry that these people we had been talking with decided to do that. And it made her want to kill this woman, and rightly so. And she has never apologized for it. But go ahead, you talk to her. I'm sick of it.
Maybe me and Stinky Brew should meet up in a different pub car park, and I'll knock his other tooth out of his head. What do you think about that?
Are we going there now, Robert? You would have no fucking chance. I guarantee you.
Robert,
as fat as I am now, you'd have no chance, my friend.
I need my mail delivered on Monday, so you need to calm down.
Postman fucking twat. Listen, you wouldn't have a chance, bro. I'd fucking destroy you. But on the other side, I wouldn't get involved with any legal.
I
already apologized. I said I apologize.
What are you talking about,
That's not
bro?
enough, but y'all go ahead.
Listen, I ain't a grass. That's the one thing I'm not. That's the one thing we've got in Britain. You don't go grassing. So, sorry, Ben.
Stinky Brew's
you know what I mean?
Sat on his ass for 10 years and thinks he's going to have a fight. Come on, bro.
2 years, bro. 2 years I've been sat on my ass not working. 2 years. Yeah. Not 10. I was working fucking 3 years ago, 12-hour shifts. So I don't know what the fuck you're on about, brother.
3 years ago. Come on.
3 years ago, 12-hour shifts.
He's going to put a bomb in your mail. You need to watch out.
I don't give a fuck. He can do what he wants.
Postal worker. He's very powerful.
Postal worker, yeah. He probably go on. Look me up, my friend. Go on. No worries.
Okay.
I use Amazon a lot.
Okay, guys. Here's the thing.
I told you I apologize.
I know that none of you want to engage, but this is. I've given you prompts to talk about things, and you just go, well, we're not going to engage. We're just going to say stupid little jokes that we think are funny. I don't fucking want to hear it. I don't fucking want to hear it. I don't fucking want to hear it. No, saying I apologize is not an apology. An apology is saying I am really sorry for for doing that. And this is why it was so. Shut. Can you shut these? All right, can't do it, Grace. You're just not going to do it. Okay.
Look what you've done, Razza. Look what you've fucking done now.
He's off for his shit. He'll be right back.
Look what you've done.
I'll be back.
You've upset Ben. Maybe
you just don't
upset Ben.
No, it's not.
You don't want me here.
It's not that.
Don't
It's just
fucking take it out on her, Ben.
When
Fucking
Rizzo
hell.
was talking, I just didn't do it quick enough.
Grace, do you believe I'm sincerely sorry? I didn't realize that it affected you that much, so I am sorry.
I don't believe that, but I don't.
Okay,
really
well then
care,
there's nothing I can do.
I got banned for calling Grace a
I mean,
daddy
I guess I believe that.
I didn't even call her a daddy
Can you stop talking, please? One at a time, thank you. I do believe somewhat that you.
What's wrong with your stream?
Okay, you're gonna have to wait. I do believe somewhat that maybe you didn't realize that what you were doing, but I don't really respect you or like you as a person, so
yeah, that's
I don't
fine.
care.
I'm just, if you're constantly like apologize, I can say, well, I didn't know you back then, and I was just fucking around. And plenty of other people do it. There's just like a personal thing you have against me, and Ben always traces it back to that. I think it's a little deeper than that. Your vitriol hatred that you have for me, but yeah, sorry, didn't mean to.
I don't like you, and you're not removed from the panel. I don't like any of you. I like Stinky Brew. I'll leave him up.
Well, thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
I don't want to engage with you people. I don't want to.
Believe it or not, I don't want to either. I want to have a conversation or a fucking, do you know what I mean, a debate. I don't want to start talking about meeting people in car parks and fucking smashing their faces in. That's, you know what I mean? It doesn't interest me. I've never had an issue with Southern. Razza's Razza, innit? You know what I mean? He fucking does exactly what it says on the tin. He is what he is.
I mean, they're like, yeah. Would a normal person have empathy for a 19-year-old girl, whether she's a victim of sexual abuse or not, to like try to like be supportive? Yeah, but like if you're just like a non-empathetic kind of troll, I get it. Like it's what I expect. But I don't really. I mean, I don't know. I think it's like, why keep engaging with them? I mean, I don't know. Like. Do you have anything constructive to add, Razza, or do you just want to like mock me? Because like that's fine, but you can go.
I'm gonna mock you forever and ever, bitch.
Do you want to say why or?
Yeah.
Why? Okay, go ahead. Just say why.
Well, I'm laser focused on the thoughts, and anytime I get to destroy you, I'll do it.
Oh, well, that's not really an explanation. Like, why particularly that?
I don't need an explanation.
Well, so it's for no reason?
Well, I think people know what the reason is.
A lady hurt Razza. A lady hurt Razza back in the past. And now he hates all women.
What's the reason towards me? Do you want to, or do you want to say that, or no?
Well, did you watch the RD stream?
I did, and they said I was a victim, so I don't...
They said you were a victim, but actually
they did.
You look like a fucking perpetrator.
Of what? Like, what? Go ahead. What? Of what?
Just being an abusive cunt. And I'll tell you this as well.
Abusive to who? Wait. Abusive to who?
Well, before we move on...
No, you just said I sound like an abusive cunt. Abusive to who? Just clarify that, and then you can continue.
To your mother. To your mother, I said it.
That stream showed me being abusive to my mother? How so? I didn't think she came up in the conversation.
Can I finish my point?
Okay.
A good friend, a friend of both of ours. I say friend. I mean,
where did that pig fucker fed up Southern go?
I kicked her off the podcast.
No, put her back on. Put her back on. She's welcome back on.
Okay, she's welcome back on, but I want to hear what he had to say. He said the RD stream made him realize that I was abusing my mother, and he's going into it, and I want to hear
that's not what made me realize it, by the way. I knew it from the start.
What RD stream?
But
the RD and Amelia stream, the analysis video.
It made you abuse your mother?
No, he's saying it made him realize I'm abusing my mother. I just want to hear his explanation of it.
Sure.
Right. So you feel? Do you feel if we look at old footage of you and Courtney interacting, that you were not abusive at all? Do you feel that?
Are you asking me?
Oh, okay.
Yes, of course.
I think
wait,
no. Let me answer. I was very angry at her because she was shutting down. I was very angry. Did it tip into abusiveness? Maybe a little bit, but overall, I think it's an understandable reaction for a child to have towards a mother who's totally shutting down and not responding to her.
It was a lot.
Wait. Let me ask you, Bob. Let me ask you, Bob, a question. If in the scenario I said you persuade Stinky Brew's daughter to eat her own shit, and he comes after you and wants to kill you, is that abusive of him?
I think that could be the future. I think if I
answer the fucking question, postman. What's the answer? Is it, or is that a reasonable response?
I think if I make
what is the answer, postman? Postman.
Shit.
What is the answer? Yes or no? All right, I'll give you time. You can do it. All right, go ahead.
Okay. So yes, if I make Stinky Brew's daughter eat her own shit and die, maybe you should be a bit upset. Okay.
No, he said he would want to kill you. Is that him being abusive, or is that a normal response of a father?
But he's small and fat, so who cares what he wants?
Okay, but is it abusive for him to want to kill you for abusing his handicapped daughter? Is that abusive, or is that a normal response? Homicidal rage.
Is she handicapped?
Yes, I believe she's autistic.
We have somebody backstage who wants to talk about our codependence and why we can't separate and do separate content.
Well, can I just finish with this? Can I finish?
But
with
he
this?
said he only has a few minutes, and RZA has nothing. Going
He's only got a
ever,
few
because he's
minutes.
unemployed.
Why? Why do you say? Okay.
Just throwing it out there, just letting you know. That's all. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, I think it's a norm. I think it's a not abusive response. Grace, what do you think?
I don't think if Stinky Brew wanted to kill him,
Gracie's been put on the spot.
Let's turn the tables, Reza. You have a 12 or 13-year-old daughter, right? And I'm not going to dox her or anything like that. Okay, but you said you thought it was hilarious that you and other trolls were able to convince my kid's mother to lie and create a legal regimen which did not allow them to talk with me for 2 years. Now, if I was able to do the same, if I was able to do the same so that you couldn't talk to your daughter for 2 years, what would your response be?
I'd be very angry. But do you understand?
Okay, so is that abusive?
Okay, no, but let answer this, Ben. Things have come out of my mouth.
And if wait, what if I said I thought it was hilarious? How would you feel towards me?
Well, can I finish my point? I've said things that have directly affected your life, Ben. You've never said anything that's directly affected my life.
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
You have.
I have said things that have.
You've taken actions too. You've called like hotels. Yeah,
well,
I know.
I want to hear what he means about saying things. What do you mean?
So what?
I have said, I have spoken to people, and the things I've said when I was speaking to people have directly affected your life.
Sure, I agree with that.
I've told,
and then you lie about it, and then you've lied about it, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so you lie about it, and you behind my back.
Yeah.
Do things like call police, call hotels.
He's basically saying he can fuck you over, Ben, but you can't touch him. That's basically what you're saying, isn't it, Razza?
That's true.
That's what you're saying. Anything that Ben says.
Is that a flex? Is that a flex? And then you lie about it to my face because you're a coward, right? Because you're an internet tough guy.
Retards
okay, so what?
To the
so what?
FBI to talk about me. The FBI. There was no comeback. There was no calls. But
I didn't say there was.
What I have said, the words I have said, have directly
your actions,
influenced your life, Ben.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. So what?
It's true.
So what?
So
What's
you're
the
my
point?
bitch, fat boy.
Razza don't see this. He don't see it as morals. He don't see it as good, right, wrong. He just sees it as game hunting, and you're the game. That's basically
so your
what
W
he's saying.
Is that you, like any other person, can torment someone who's innocent by manipulating the justice system and things like that online, and then hide behind your anonymity until you're caught, and hope that I don't come and get justice against you. Yeah, people can do that. That's like saying. Do you know who else can make a flex like that? You little fucking loser. Serial killers. They can go kill people. They can kill people. No, shut up. They can kill people. They can torture them. They can rape them. Right? And largely they can get away with it because they're losers who are anonymous. Is that a flex to be a serial killer? Is that a flex? Do you know who's going to get you? God is going to get you. You are going to pay every fucking last penny of suffering. And the only reason I don't do it is because he's commanded me not to do it to you. But I'll try as best I can. And I do think I will be in the UK at some point. And I have no fucking problem rounding all of you up. And people are doing it for us. How do I know your name, Bob Gorka? How do I know your name, Bob Gorka? You don't think I can get in touch with your daughter and your wife? I have pictures of them. I know exactly where they live. So, but I would do it right. I would do it right. I would follow the law. And you would be locked up for a very, very long time. But on this earth, I only have so much time, and you're the least of my concerns. You're a fucking loser. So, anyways, that's your flex, right? You're a terrorist.
I
enjoy the fruits of that. Do you think that people who torment innocent people and destroy their lives for their personal entertainment, including children and handicapped people, are going to be embraced in the kingdom of heaven?
I don't think Gorka really cares about that, to be honest, Ben. I don't see him as a religious person.
I don't have to wait for
we're all religious people. He knows. He's taunting. He's taunting God. He knows. He knows he will be.
Who keeps muting me? What the fuck is going on?
Anyway, so it's a waste of time talking to this guy. But he admitted that if I did what he did to me, that he would be very angry. And if I laughed about it, he would have the same reaction I did. And his only thing is, well, I've done that and you haven't done that. Okay, so you're a fucking asshole. So I think that's it for the intellectual discussion with you.
Maybe Sean can provide a little more nuance.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. First off, what's going on, you two? Hope you guys are having a good one. Well, not really, because the concept of the stream or the subject at hand. But anyways, I wanna.
It's not very contentious between us, but yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so sorry, just to make sure. Yeah, you guys can hear me. Okay, I see the thing going. Because I don't have the stream on. I'm just on StreamYard. But so I'm trying to think of why can't you guys just kind of separate and do your own thing? You know what I mean? Like teach Ben how to manage Discord. Do his stuff. He's a grown-ass man. He can definitely do it. Ben, you're an intellectual guy. You can manage. And Grace,
that's true.
You're 22. I'm 27, for example. Around 24 or whatever, I moved out and did my own stuff. And I know you can do it because the LA Arc, the intro of the LA Arc, you left and you were able to do all that stuff. You know what I mean? I know you're collabing with some of these idiots or whatever, but that's part of the content. We understand that. You know what I mean? And I don't think
can handle herself. Sure.
Yeah, I don't think Grace is bad at content. I don't think so. I just think you guys need to kind of, like I said, separate and do your own thing. You guys have your own separate channels already, right?
Can I just make a point? I don't think any of the three of us disagree that it would be possible for her to live a life that's largely independent of me, and that it would be possible for me to live a life that's largely independent of her.
Yeah.
That's not the issue of whether it's possible.
I don't know if he's talking about...
The issue is whether it would be desirable.
And I think it would...
I don't think he's talking about... Wait, can I just clarify? You're talking about separating content, not separating lives per se. You don't care about the personal life,
no, I think
just
he's
the
saying
content.
all of it. I think he's saying all of it.
No. Okay. I'm saying, listen, because I'm saying, because I'm not saying life in general. You guys listen. No one's telling you guys to not keep in contact at all. I'm not going to tell you oh no,
that's
I don't
not
want
true. No, wait. Let me just make a point. Her brother will not talk with her until she completely ceases all contact with me and repudiates me as her father. and her mother has the same point of view. So that's not true.
No. But the thing is, I'm talking.
It would be ridiculous to say that, but that's the two closest people to her, other than me, in her life.
No. Listen. I'm not talking about you guys' lives in general. I'm talking about the content. You guys' life is your own thing. Do your do whatever you want behind the stage. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, do whatever you want to do. But I'm talking about content wise.
Yeah.
Like, you guys kind of had a good thing, like a good understanding of that when you did your own Kings show and Grace was going to do her own show. Like, that was like an inkling of what could have been. You know, obviously you guys could have expanded and done it better and planned it better like that. But I'm saying, like, that's kind of like the basis of what I'm talking about. So Grace, you can do your in real life. You could go drive somewhere when you get your driver's license or whatever. Go drive somewhere, do your stuff, do your in real life stuff. Meanwhile, on a separate channel, Ben, you have your Discord stuff, because I think you kind of I think your Discord content is probably your best in a while. Honestly, I really do. And because, you know, you can jump from panel to panel, subject to subject, and you can even have the audience choose what type of panels you should go on.
But
you know,
hold on a second. We're running into the same problem. I'm just saying the logical problem. Of course, Grace could do that, and I could do that. That would even be even easier than like the whole, like, you need to separate all of your living circumstances. But the question is, right?
Does she want
I
to?
agree with that. Grace agrees with that.
It's
She can handle
theoretically
herself
possible,
IRL
yeah.
in LA. She didn't need me there. Okay, but like the question would it be desirable? Let me give you an example. If she's doing a stream in an RV, it's really hard to do that if you're also driving. So it would make sense for me to like be a driver, or that she gets a driver, because driving while running a stream is frankly like dangerous in a 20-foot RV. It's
yeah,
crazy.
but that's when your content is on, in my opinion, you're on hold, because you're driving the RV. And you know what? The thing is, too, I also said you guys can also do like collabs still. The majority of your content would be separate, and you guys can do collabs. And I think the collabs would be the RV stuff. And then when Grace is off the RV doing other stuff, then Ben, you can relax in the RV and do your Discord stuff. And I think that is where that's the problem. Because you guys, like, I'm going to be honest with you guys. You know, I mean, don't take it offensively, but this is all LARP, cope, and role play. When you guys say, like, oh, when you guys are kind of dancing around the core problem. And I think the core problem is the fact that you guys, it's always together with content, or Grace doing in real life, it's her content. And Ben, you're doing your Discord, it's your content. Of course, you guys would be easily overshadowed. Like, that's just logically going to happen.
But wait, hold on a second. So, okay, so we, like, the last few times Grace has done IRL, it mostly was her, and I was chilling. So I don't know what you're advocating for, because
No. But see, like
how it's been.
And yeah, so the RV content is like, that's just inevitable. You have to be there. You have to drive it. And she's going to be there doing her in real life stuff. That's so true. You're right. And I'm saying, like, that is a collab type thing. I don't think anybody really has a problem with the RV content. But it's when you guys are here at your studio, you guys can flesh it out more. And Grace, you go off, spend the day doing something, find a collab nearby in Rhode Island, something like that, whatever. And Ben, you can have this studio to do your Discord stuff, or go to another room and do your Discord stuff.
Go ahead, Grace.
I don't think you realize, I'm not saying I'm not talented IRL, but I don't think you realize that what makes me different from the average girl doing IRL, which there's a few of, but they're almost all OnlyFans models. Anyways, what separates me is that I have this unusual relationship with my dad, and it becomes a tension in the streams.
Sorry, you're lagging out a bit. I don't know if it disconnected or...
Can you hear us? Can't hear us?
Hello?
Can you hear us? Shonen?
Shonan?
Everything's fine on my part, so it must have been his connection.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess it was not fine on my part. So I repeat what you said, Grace.
Like, instead of the theory. Okay. So, like, I'll just give an illustration.
Yeah.
During LA, the best content was us taking Lalo to the gay area and then having him freak out afterwards, and me spend 5 hours suggesting to him that he had a issue with homosexuality. Okay, Grace wasn't going to do that. I was the person who pushed that, and I'm the person. Okay, but I get that the rest of it is important and that you set it up and you participated in that. But like, you would have lost the most interesting part of the whole entire arc.
That's true. I couldn't.
Isn't that that's part of the collab stuff I told you about. I'm not saying like never like separate from your dad, never do content with your father. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying that the RV stuff is always going to be you two. That is you guys collab. Okay. That is you guys journey. But I'm saying right now, while you guys are in the studio, you guys do separate content. Now, Grace, I'm going to touch upon what you said because I heard what you were talking about when you were saying that what separates you from your father, what separates you from other streamers or whatever is the fact that you guys have this relationship with your father, right? Yes. The thing is, don't you think that's also the big detriment sometimes, like to your reputation online, is the fact that you have like you do almost everything with your father? Don't you think that's also a detriment to your reputation with other people?
Let me just simplify it, okay? I think my dad is a very funny and necessary element in my IRL. Whether he's there or not, the fact that I have this relationship with him adds an interesting element that I really wouldn't be that interesting without. Although I think I'm plenty talented as an IRL streamer.
Yes.
Problem is me applying myself to my dad's content. I don't understand where I fit in.
Wait a second. But even if you were just to take it, this is not really how it ever has been. But even if you were just to say that a young male audience is going to be attracted to my intellectual streams if my daughter is there because she's young and attractive, like, even if that was the only aspect, like, wouldn't that be true? Like, what's the problem?
I think my problem is just understanding whether you just want me to be like eye candy who says something interesting once in a while.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this guy.
Oh, you're talking to me. Okay, that question was phrased.
So I'm saying, like, even it's not that, right? I mean, I'm not just using her that way, but like, because I think she has a really interesting personality. But if it was just that and it made sense, let's say, like it made more sense for her to do that than to be whatever, working at the local supermarket, and she was happy to do that, what's the problem?
No, but but you see, you guys, okay, this is where it's coming in, because the thing is, like, I do sense there's this codependence that you guys like always kind of have to be together in a manner, and sometimes it may not. It's to its detriment sometimes. Like Ben, no offense, but sometimes you're volatile and you're unpredictable in how you get an emotional rise, and Grace will either comply or not know how to handle it, and then frustration happens, and then you get streams like this.
I understand we use like psychobabble terms very quickly on the internet. Codependency means something. Can we come up with a definition of what it means? Two people who are spending a lot of time together, that does not mean you're codependent, right? You understand that?
Well, the fact that
codependency is a psychological and behavioral condition.
Wait, I'm asking him a question that I would.
No, Grace, can you explain codependence? Grace, go on ahead, read it.
But wait a minute. Just before that,
yeah,
you're aware that two people spending a certain amount of time together has nothing to do inherently with codependency.
No, I'm saying that
from
what I've seen,
it's got nothing to do with it.
No, that's okay. Yes, but listen. The fact that you guys aren't doing anything separate, so that makes me think, and that makes the audience think you guys need each other to do this content. When in fact, I'm telling you,
you're saying simply two people. So are the Rolling Stones codependent on each other because they're always performing together?
Well, if none of them want to pursue anything like that, then yes, because it's like you guys, because they can.
No, that's not. It's not acceptable for you to say that. That's retarded. If a band performs together, even if none of them do solo projects, there is nothing inherently psychologically unhealthy about that. We've got to establish that before we go any further.
Did I not say that you guys can do your RV streams?
I want you to. You need to focus. I asked you a question. You said yes, the Rolling Stones would be codependent if they weren't doing independent projects. Okay, that's crazy. We can't go any further until you say,
Listen. Okay, I was wrong on that. That's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
But
okay.
I'm just
so a band.
like,
so for example, a young band, say the Rolling Stones. I don't know how it went. A lot of young bands spend all of their time together because they travel together. They stay in hotels together.
Yes.
They get on the bus together. Right?
Yes.
They perform together. That isn't inherently unhealthy. It could be okay, but it's not. So don't keep saying you spend a lot of time together because that's not what it is. Now, do you want to find out what it is technically? Because it has nothing to do with that inherently. You can, I think, literally be codependent on someone and never be physically in their presence because you could do it.
If the fans,
on the phone.
If fans,
no, don't talk over me. Also, because that's a psychological problem that you have. So I get that you want to come in here as a therapist, and that's fine.
Not a therapist.
But therapists,
no. I'm just
or
offering
you want
to
give some advice, okay? Because you're not just sharing something. You're saying like, I can see something that's going to be helpful to you. That's fine. That's fine.
Yes.
Of course, you're not a streamer.
Yes.
I doubt you have any kids.
No.
Okay, so in those ways, okay, but it's okay. People can share their advice, but they have to follow the rules of etiquette. And like, I'm happy to let you talk. I think that's true. Okay, but like, so do you want to find out what codependency as a technical term means?
Skip
no, see, you're not letting me finish my fucking sentence, and that's a problem. Because now, in addition to having no kids, being a loser on the internet who comes on not even with a fucking PFP to give fucking advice. Now you're not also letting me talk. And so you're kind of getting DQ'd really quick. So I'll give you one more chance. Do you want to find out what codependency means and then apply those criteria in our situation, which I'm happy to do?
No.
Okay, so see you later.
Ben, if I could just come in because I was getting caught.
Human being.
I was getting cut off every 2 seconds. The example I was going to use is like Laurel Hardy or Penn and Teller. Codependency, yeah, it comes across as a negative, but it's not always a negative. Codependency ain't always a negative.
Well,
do you know what I mean?
But actually, I think codependency is a if you say interdependency, okay, that's fine.
Codependency implies negativity.
Yeah, codependency is like a diagnosis. It's a psychological.
So dependent on each other, would probably be a better way of saying it.
Yeah, well, like children are. A baby is dependent on his mother. Okay, no one's going to say that's unhealthy unless it remains that kind of relationship.
See, I don't know the definition of the word. So codependency is classed as a negative. It comes with the negative.
Let's read the description since the person who brought it up doesn't want to because he's a fucking idiot. Let's do it with you. Go ahead, Grace.
Codependency is a psychological and behavioral condition where a person exhibits excessive emotional or psychological reliance on a partner. Typically one who requires support due to illness, addiction, or dysfunction. It often involves prioritizing others' needs over one's own to the point of self-neglect, difficulty setting healthy boundaries, a strong need for approval or validation, feeling responsible for other people's emotions or actions, and a fear of abandonment or rejection. The term originated in the context of addiction recovery, but has since been applied more broadly.
Codependent relationships can occur between partners, family members, or friends, and often develop around dynamics of control, caretaking, or enabling harmful behavior. So it came out of this idea that I think junkies are actually like being together is more harmful to their recovery sometimes.
Okay.
Right, because
I was just thinking about the missus. The missus having the bank card. That's what I was thinking. The missus got the bank card.
Well, okay, but I mean, I'm not saying I don't think every sin like this would it has to do with excessive emotional reliance. Okay, so there can be extreme reliance. Like you could have someone in a coma who's being taken care of by someone else. There's going to be enormous amount of reliance by the person on the coma with the coma on the other person. That's not codependent. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or someone who suffers an accident and then in a wheelchair, and then their spouse now has to be there to care for them and things like that. That's not down that road. Yeah, I get you.
I don't know if I can say this, but I feel like
it would have to be like appropriate to the situation, and when it's inappropriate, it can be codependent. And
there's a lot of variables.
Usually means I think both are doing it. Although it doesn't say that here.
No.
Like both people are sort of fucking up.
Feeding it, off each other. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I would say like we see this all the time in the streaming world where you have a man and a woman who push each other's buttons and are constantly fighting. And it seems like, what's the point, right? Like, what's the point? All you're doing is triggering each other constantly. And yet they're sort of addicted to it. Now, that could be that they're like working through things in a healthy way. But if it just stagnates, or especially if it gets worse and like becomes violent, you would say they both should get out of this situation. It's clearly not good for them. This is not a healthy relationship, right? That doesn't mean anyone who argues is in an unhealthy relationship. Or if they have really close emotions, like a man and a woman, of course, they could be deeply in love with each other. That doesn't mean it's necessarily unhealthy either. But if it leads to, like, say, for example, the neglect of the kids consistently, okay, now you got a problem.
Yeah, totally.
Etc. Right?
I believe arguments are healthy anyway. Anyone that doesn't argue, you know what I mean?
Well, they can be, and then they sometimes can be unproductive, right? And it's clearly not getting anywhere, right? Like someone who, we've been watching these videos of people interacting with the police, and, you know, we have this thing like, you know, police brutality, whatever. I'm sure you have it there as well. But some people are, like, clearly the argument they're having with the police makes no sense.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Wow, Lee is back.
Hey, long time.
Wow. It's been like a year.
Hello, guys.
God damn. Last time we talked to Lee, our RV was in the junkyard. Remember that?
It was.
In the
Just
Mercedes-Benz parking lot.
1 second, guys. 1 second, Ben. Grace, talking to leave. I've got to leave now. The missus has bought batteries, so that alarm's going to be sorted within the next 10 minutes.
Bought me some batteries.
Well, send her up
Yeah.
here. You need a man to put a battery in a smoke detector?
She's afraid of heights. She's afraid of heights. I'll see you later, guys. Look after yourselves.
Goodbye, my friends.
He's a good guy. Never come back, you fucking POS.
Jesus Christ.
Is that the Brazilian guy? Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck the queen. Oh, the queen is already dead.
The Queen of Portugal?
No, the queen of England.
What does she have to do with you?
That was like a couple years ago.
She actually bought land here in Rio Grande do Sul, where I live.
Oh, really?
So we have a lot of British influence over here.
Really? Do you really?
Yeah.
In Brazil? Huh. And you don't think she should be able to buy land there?
Nah,
Because she's English?
because she's a woman. She's a bitch.
You don't think women should be able to buy land in Brazil?
No.
that's a hardcore policy.
Based?
Oh, hey, leave. This could be great. See, I always say the Lord works in strange ways. Grace has been having a terrible struggle because, you know, she does her IRL content, her RV content, personality content, and we've largely done that since like almost the first few months we've been online, and I've kind of been on the back burner. But now we're sort of grounded because of money and stuff like that. We don't really have the money to do that. And I've been going on Discord, and you know the servers? I never knew they existed, but like they have debates and things like that.
It exists.
Yeah, so I've been doing that, and I got into a thing yesterday. For example, it was 4th of July, American Independence Day. I got into a long, really interesting to me discussion with a British guy about, you know, the sweep of British history and the imperial project and how it was different, actually different from the Portuguese project in Brazil. However, that's not Grace's cup of tea, and I have no problem with that.
But do you enjoy doing it?
I love it.
Like
I the thing about me is like I like the shenanigans, her like fooling around with guys her age, but it gets boring to me because I'm a 53-year-old man. You know what I mean? I don't. It's not like, oh, am I going to get a girlfriend? Oh, you know what I mean? It's like I have a master's degree in theology. I taught for 20 years. Like I have an investment in that sort of stuff. But listen, Grace, wouldn't Leave be a great partner for you? So, but I want Grace to be able to do that kind of content, but more fun content. And I was thinking this red pill, black pill, men and women content. And you have a really interesting take on that. And you're not as like, I don't know what you say, like the way I sort of talk, like I will just dominate a conversation, but I'm not meaning to, but I just do that. You know what I mean? It's like a dad thing around your kids. You're like, okay, shut up, honey. I'm going to talk to the boy. Right. But you actually, you two, I think would actually be like very interesting as a duo.
Didn't this happen last time? Oh, go ahead, Leave.
It would be balanced, a balanced content. Yeah,
because
be cool.
I don't think your takes are the same as mine. I think your personality is also not similar. I know you're older than Grace, but you're not like this kind of, I don't know, obnoxious person like me.
Yeah. I'm way older than Grace. I'm 33. But
I mean, compared to me, I'm 53. Yeah. So you got 20 years
double
difference.
What are you interested in these days, Leave, as far as content goes? What do you watch?
In changing the way of your content, because I see now a lot of channels doing this, like, well, we need to refresh our content, we need to change things up. But are people requesting that from you, or you want to do that?
No, I just had a personal problem because my dad was sort of doing these debate kind of things, and
she didn't know how to fit in.
I felt like I didn't really fit in. So, like, we'd just be on camera for like 8 hours, and I would just be sitting here like listening, but I wouldn't really say anything because, like, if he's debating,
like Roberto says, Leave is cute. No one would ever say that about me, and that doesn't mean anything good or bad. They would never say I'm cute. They would either say like I want to kill him or I want to have sex with him, right? They would never say he's cute.
Don't you enjoy, Grace, the production of the show, being on the backstage?
Me?
And it's cute. Okay, thanks, Grace. So, no, but listen, Leave, I'm going to remind you two young people that you promised that you were going to take over the red pill together.
Yeah, and then Leave quit the internet for 6 months and
so
never
Leave,
responded to my
what the
DMs.
fuck, dude?
But I'm back now.
I don't think forcing. I just feel like that's forced. I don't want to do that.
Listen, kids.
Don't want to do that.
Go on Discord right now.
I think we should just hang out and talk, and something will come from this.
Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But you know that we are really good friends now with someone who's really good friends with Pearl. Do you know who Pearl is?
No.
She's a big. She's called a pick-me, but like she always talks about how she tends to take men's side. I think maybe excessively. She's sort of misogynistic woman, which is a weird place.
White or black?
White,
but she's big. She's big.
Like big fat?
No. She's
like
a big
popular.
time. Oh. And also, Grace just heard from someone. Pearl Davis is her name, but I don't know what it's called. Just Pearly Things?
Just Pearly Things.
Just Pearly Things.
She kind of fell off low-key, but like whatever. She's still...
Yeah, but it's a big platform to get noticed in.
Sure, yeah. You can get into like red pill spaces from that, yeah.
And Grace also just heard back she was blacklisted on...
No, don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. Don't talk about this. Oh. I'm not trying to cuck you, but just don't talk about it.
Something which had been a real problem is no longer a problem. So, would you ever want to fly to Miami?
Miami, full of Mexicans? I don't think so. I would like
no, not Mexicans, Cubans, Cubanos.
Texas, Oklahoma, Colorado, Las Vegas. I would love to go to Vegas, but I don't think the American state would let me in based on the things I speak on the internet.
Really?
I'm probably on some list. I don't think.
You think you're on the CIA list?
Yeah, probably.
Well, if you weren't before, you are now.
Oh damn!
I'm notorious for being accused of being a Mossad agent, CIA, Hamas, Iranian plant.
People accuse you of being Hamas?
Oh yeah, Hamas operative.
Who accused you of that?
All the Zionists.
Which Zionists?
They're saying it's Hamas talking points.
Who? That we talked to?
All the Zionists. Like, Hormaxer, everyone, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm an agent of Hamas, Russia. But anyways, so I may have those connections, but I may not. It may be that no one really cares that much about what a Brazilian guy with a fro who looks like he's trying to look like a French sailor for some reason says about anything.
I like the look.
Oh, I do too.
Why don't me and Leave do a show called Drunk and High?
No, let's do. Yeah, I don't know. Grace needs to learn how to smoke pot. Apparently,
No, I'll be the
that.
drunk. He'll be the high.
Let's join
I
together.
would do that. That would be fun.
I took
Sorry.
I took 2 Adderalls before, and now I'm smoking some hashish. I don't
This
know
is
if
you on
guys-
Adderall?
No, dude, you don't understand. He's perfect to chill me out.
No, I have an idea, but I'll leave you two alone because I think you should develop your chemistry together. But I want to sing a song by a famous Brazilian guy named what's his name? The Brazilian guy.
The girl from
Cesar? Something Cesar is his name? Not the
Usually
girl
Seth?
from Ipanema. The guy who was on the Wes Anderson movies.
Oh,
it's
Serge George.
George?
George. Yes. It's like George.
He's kind of a black guy.
I remember that.
But there's an American version. There's an English version of a song he
Yeah,
sings, right?
he does.
What is it?
David Bowie. He's a Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou.
Yeah, from that movie.
Serge. What's his name?
It's Life on Mars. He sings.
Yes.
Life on Mars, Brazilian guy, Wes Anderson.
Seu
That's
Jorge. Jorge.
Sue George.
Seu George. Yeah.
All right, Dad, do you want to sing this? Do you need the?
And do you know another interesting thing? Do you know that? Do you know Leave that outside of Portugal itself, including Brazil, I think, we're in the most Portuguese area on the planet.
Where you guys are? New Jersey?
We're in southeastern Massachusetts, like between Boston and New York. It's the dense, like there are the most Portuguese people here outside of Portugal, I think. Because they're not including like mixed race people in Brazil, because I think that would probably be more if you added up all the percentages.
I have a move to New Jersey. There's a lot of Brazilians there. Is it close to New Jersey?
There are a lot of Brazilians in Boston now. I think there's a huge Boston, yeah. They make Brazilian barbecue everywhere. Brazilian barbecue. But we've never been because we're racists, right, Grace?
What?
We are anti-Portuguese because whoever you're around, you learn to loathe. Do you agree?
Well, they are the worst, actually.
Okay,
No,
so we agree.
Brazil-
So we can all be. Aren't you part Portuguese?
Top 5 worst people: Brazilians, Mexicans, Indians, Israeli. What else?
Arabs, from my last experience.
I'm going with Arabs. I'm okay.
I used to be. You meet Minar and then come back and talk to me.
God, you should. Yeah.
All right, let's do Seu Jorge, Life on Mars.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he also does Space Oddity.
Yeah, he does. He does a full album of covers of David Bowie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
La, la, la. Now, kids, we got to pretend we're in a Brazilian, but filled with Americans, kind of submarine-y looking place, No, we want the English version.
No. But how?
But
No,
I
it
think
goes
he-
into English. I think he goes into
Well, I
English.
don't know which one is the Spanish.
I think he goes
the
into English.
Oh, okay, so it's the right one. Okay.
Go ahead. Here, Leave, can you sing this?
Well,
Quantos sonhos já destruí e deixei escapar das mãos. Se o futuro assim permitir,
He understands all of it.
não pretendo
I don't know if he
viver em
understands
vão.
much, to be honest.
Meu amor, não estamos sós. Tem um mundo a esperar por nós. No infinito do céu azul, pode ter vida em Marte, então vem cá, me dá sua língua. Então vem, eu quero abraçar você. Seu poder vem do sol, minha medida, meu bem. Vamos viver a vida, então vem, senão eu vou perder quem sou. Vou querer me mudar para uma life on Mars.
Wait, can you stop for a second? Just one thing to leave. I'm going to take a break because we can't smoke inside. Now, if you look at Seu Jorge, here in America, we would say he is black and you are mostly would be considered like white or European.
Me?
Yeah, I mean, are you? I would say you would
Yeah.
appear
Spanish.
to
Over
be
there.
Spanish, mostly European.
America, people would say I'm Mexican, right? I'm Latino.
Latino,
But I
Maybe,
yeah.
but like, but sort
I-
of European Latino. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
sure. Not like Mexican.
Well, compared to Seu, like obviously you look more European. Now, but are there tensions between guys who look like Seu and guys who look like you in Brazil? Is it a thing or is it not really a big deal?
Nah, they are all in jail together, actually.
Yeah, I think. I see. That's my point. That was my point to the Englishman about the superiority of Spanish and French and Portuguese colonization, which had terrible elements to it, but at least they don't have this classification of you're either black or white, and we stay away from
Yeah,
each other.
that's
Do you know?
true.
Do you know in
They
America
don't have
until the
in America.
until the 1950s, there were places in America where a white person could not marry a black person. It was illegal, a crime to marry someone who was even like 1/4 black, African descent. Yeah, it's crazy. Anyways, I'll let you.
Because why would you even want to marry that person, right? There's no need to.
who's we?
That law.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
well, I
I'm
think
kidding.
it's good. You want to assimilate. If you're going to have people
Yeah.
live together, they should be able to have sex with each other, in my opinion. That goes for families and countries.
I'm just doing some coffee here, Grace. Do you like watching tennis? Do you like watching sports?
I like
Sports?
watching tennis, yeah. What do you do, Leave? Are you a writer? Are you still a writer?
Yeah, of course I'm still a writer.
A writer for
And
what? Like, you have a book?
I have a news portal. I'm a journalist.
Oh, what do you journal about?
About everything that happens in the city, in the county,
Like,
and in Brazil.
crimes and
everything,
stuff? Or like what? News? Like,
crimes
people?
and politics, crimes, politics, everything that
can
journal.
I look one up? Can I read it?
Nah.
No?
Never.
Oh, no, I won't dox you. I just want to see what your writing is like. No?
I can send you something I wrote personally from my true writing, not my job, but
I would like
That
to
I
read
can-
that. Yeah.
and it's not very long.
Was it like a story? Like a poem or like a little novel or
Novels, tales, poems, everything that involves writing.
so
but I
do you
used to
make
do-
you make a living from your journalism?
Yeah, but I actually graduated in advertising. I'm not a journalist from college. I studied communication. I graduated in advertising. Then I worked a lot on copywriting, and then a few old bosses that I had gave me this news portal. that I have here. So I just do this now.
But you wanted to work in advertising, like making billboards and stuff, or like what?
I don't like doing this anymore. I did it for like 10 years, advertising.
Wait, no. I thought you said so you did it for 10 years and then you became a journalist.
Exactly. 10 years in
Okay. So like,
advertising.
what did you
copywriting.
do? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
10 years in advertising, doing copywriting and planning, like campaigns and stuff and ads. And then I quit to have like a sabbatical year.
Mm-hmm.
And then my old bosses gave me this news portal because I'm a very good worker.
Mm. But it's not your true passion, or it's better than advertising, or?
I don't like doing it, but I don't really like working. I just wanted to be playing music, listening to music, and writing my own stuff, and not working anymore. That's the dream.
Have you ever thought about writing a book? Trying to make money off that?
There's a lot of books that I already wrote, but I never published. They are here
You gotta
hanging.
send me one. Come on.
Yeah, but important.
Real-time review. I love reading.
What? Do you like reading?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
I'm working on The Brothers Karamazov.
No way.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful.
That
It's
is.
probably the
Don't
second
spoil
best
it.
book
I'm only
ever.
20% through. Chat, do not spoil it. Do not spoil
I
it.
would never spoil anything. Not even a book, not even this book. Especially not this book.
So why did you come on stream? I'm not interrogating you. I'm just wondering.
Because I saw you guys were a little tense.
Mm.
And it happens in streams here in Brazil that people think, well, we have to change the planning of the channel. We have to do new stuff, do other things. So people start to blame themselves for not doing it. And I think you guys don't have to change a thing. Your channel are like so good, so funny. You guys together are super funny. When you are apart is also great. I enjoy a lot. And I think just this kind of content is what makes people like you. Even the guys that are hating chats, they love you. So you guys don't need to
that was too wholesome. I'm gonna start crying. Nigga. That was really nice. Thank you. I've just been so worried about it, buddy.
Are you crazy though? Come on. I'm just saying what I see, you know. I don't know why you guys put so much pressure on yourselves. But you are very young, so
It's a
I
bad
kind of
habit.
yeah. You are very young.
That's his way of saying he doesn't want to do a show with you, and he's very correct.
No, it's not that. I really think it's cool like that. I like when people have a good dynamic, and I think you and your father, you have that for show business. I love media and television and things like that, so I enjoy watching performances. Well, it's not very nice of me to keep speaking while you cry, right? Sorry.
That's fine.
But enjoy your crying. Time is good to let it go, right?
Get this guy out of here.
I'm sorry,
Oh, he
Dan.
was complimenting us.
I didn't want to make...
I always liked to leave. I don't think we were... did we leave as enemies? I don't think so.
No, he just kind of disappeared.
I think I said he smokes too much weed or something like that.
Oh, I remember you went into like his bisexuality and stuff. He didn't come back for a little while. Yeah, I think so.
No, but he was okay with it. He was okay.
No,
with
he
it.
wasn't like super upset or anything.
I don't have a problem with that.
I actually leave you. You would be actually very helpful to me in my discussions with young men who are like conservative, Republican. I think a lot of them are I don't know if I like people say you're gay, but you know what I mean? Like someone, you're gay. I think it's more that they have unresolved sexual problems. You know, for example, like we were in Los Angeles, and Grace's friend Lalo, who I don't know if you remember from way back. He's a handsome Hispanic guy.
It's probably bisexual, right?
Yeah, see, but the problem was we were in Hollywood, and there's a big gay club scene in West Hollywood, which I thought would be interesting to go to, although I don't think I'm gay, but like I'm not interested in going to clubs to meet anyone. So
they throw good parties.
What's that?
They throw good parties. The homosexuals.
They what?
They throw good parties.
They throw good parties. Exactly. Right. Yeah. So the club scene was an interesting scene, and I don't know much about gay culture, so I thought it would be interesting to go. But I thought it would be interesting to take him with us because he was with us, and he wasn't really, he kind of wasn't like, we weren't making good content. He was just kind of being autistic. So I was like, so a friend of ours came with a car, and she was like, oh, let's go somewhere. And I was like, let's go to those clubs in West Hollywood, and we'll bring Lalo along if he wants to come. So him and his other conservative friend got in the car. The other friend, as soon as he... What's that?
Lalo is conservative.
I mean, I think that he's a strange person because he's of Mexican heritage, but he's kind of a white supremacist. Do you know what I mean?
Wow. Cool. So I like this kind of guys. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I do think in let's say Hispanic. I don't know what you call it, Latino, Hispanic. I'm not sure what covers it. If you say Brazil and Portugal, would you say that's Latin America?
Yeah.
But I mean, Brazil and Mexico are both part of Latin America, but they're not both Hispanic. Is that right?
Exactly. Brazilians are not Hispanic.
Right.
I don't
know. They would be Latin.
Mexico is in Central America. It's not South America, right? It's Central America.
Right. But I'm saying culturally, they're both, I don't know, they both have connections to the Iberian Peninsula. What's that called? Latin America?
Yeah. Latins.
Okay. Latins. All right. So, in Latin America, I'm sure there are some people who see being lighter skinned as more attractive. I bet that's there.
Light skin?
That being light skinned in those cultures is seen by some people as attractive.
Yeah, white people are more attractive here as well, but most of people are brown, right? Even brown is white here. Even brown is white.
Right. Like, so you would say like someone who looked like Barack Obama, who had a European mother and an African father, wouldn't be seen as black in Brazil, right? He would be seen as mixed.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So it's a different thing. People think race is just a thing, but it all depends on the lens you're looking at it through. But anyways, so he's proud that he's lighter skinned, and he wants his kids to be. He said he wanted to have sex with Grace, which I doubt, but he told himself he wanted to have sex with Grace so that he could have taller, lighter skinned children.
Wow.
Okay, so like that was his genetic argument, right?
No way.
Okay, but at least he's honest about it, right? At least he's honest about it.
So he wants to like white his heritage. He doesn't like.
I think he sees it as purifying his heritage. Yeah, like superiorizing his heritage. But at least he's honest about it, right?
But so wouldn't it be better if he dated a woman that is exactly like him, so it would make the race stronger?
Well, I think he thinks that like taller is better, lighter skinned is better. More, I mean, he's a Nordicist, right? Like, I think he believes that like Hitler was right, that there's a superior race and it's Northern European.
He thinks he's very pretty, but he's not very pretty. He's just like okay looking, right?
Who, Lalo?
Yeah.
But actually, I do think he wouldn't want his kids to look like they're from Norway. I think he does want them to look Hispanic, but less Hispanic. Do you know what I mean? So,
do you really think someone spends time thinking about this?
oh, he does. He does. But I actually don't really think that's his problem, because when we spent time together, he did try to like say like and Grace, he tried to like make moves on Grace sexually, but he didn't know what he was doing, and he didn't seem to understand how it worked.
That's
Would you
very
say that's
weird.
true, Grace?
He's a very online person.
What's that?
Is he a very online person that spends
Yeah,
all
yeah,
day
yeah.
on
He's very, very autistic, kind of.
Oh, that's a very
that
big
was
problem.
my experience. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
but then we went to these clubs, which were, you know,
And he
they're
didn't want-
mostly. No, he actually, his friend, who was conservative, as soon as he kind of understood the vibe, immediately took off. We didn't see him for the rest of the night. Lalo stood with us, hung with us, and at one point we were hanging around on the streets because you can stream outside. It's easier to do a live stream. So we're streaming, and then we streamed a club in which there was a guy with like leather, like a leather kind of briefs, really very sexually dancing on a mini stage with a pole, you know, that kind of thing. And he actually ran in to that club, and then Grace and this woman who was with us, they went in there. I didn't feel like it was just like I didn't feel like it, so I just hung out in the back and smoked cigarettes. But when we all came back, and they were only in there for like a half hour. When we came back a half hour later, then we drove back, which was only a few minutes away, and the woman had to leave for the night. He was completely out of his mind.
Wow.
He's like really angry at me.
Wow.
Right? And he actually tried to start a fight with a random. It was like 2:00 in the morning, you know? Wanted to start a fight with a random person, and he doesn't know how to fight, which we found out because he just got punched in the face by someone. So and then I was like, let's go to bed. You know, he was just consumed, like raging. And then I tried to like talk with him, and I used the example like, I was just saying like, dude, you are so wound up. I think it has something to do with the, you know, being in a gay place. And, you know, I was saying he was convinced that I was playing a prank on him, and that I was trying to get him wound up to say you're gay. But I actually wasn't. I was just curious. And if he had come back and been just like chill, wouldn't have been. But he was so wound up that I couldn't help but say like, okay, there is an issue here. So
this is like when in school someone gives you a nickname and you don't like it, and you say today, please don't call me that, and then the nickname catches, right?
Right. The worst thing to do is to like make the argument, you know. But he was so angry, I couldn't even sleep in this. We had a hostel. It's like kind of like a hotel, but like much more relaxed. I couldn't even sleep because he was so wound up. So we left the hostel and didn't sleep all night. And Grace and I just went and got breakfast because he just wouldn't stop. And I was like, I don't think this has to do with me. I think this has to do with unresolved sexual issues. And I wasn't calling him gay because I don't think everyone is just one or the other. I think people may have issues or whatever. And
what is the problem of calling someone gay? Like, if you get offended by that, nowadays is like super crazy, like, right?
Well, I mean, you must have experienced at some point, I would think, in Brazilian culture that there's like a little bit of a bias against that. No, maybe not in Brazilian culture.
Against what?
Like that a lot of men see it as, you know, if you have sexual activity with men, that it's like, you know, like that's a line you don't cross. I think that's in almost every culture.
It used to be worse. Nowadays it's kind of normal, I guess.
Yeah. But if you are like, he goes to the Republican Club, he's always been a kind of conservative and even many conservatives are gay. It's not a big deal, many Republicans, but online it's seen as a big deal. Like, for example, even I say this to people. You know what pegging is?
Yes, of
So
course I do.
if I think if a married couple, of course I do. If a married couple, if I was with a woman and she wanted to do that, I don't think I would be like super excited about it. But if she wanted to do that, I don't care. A lot of men would say, "Oh
Yeah, but
my
you
God,
would-
if you allowed a woman to do that, you are absolutely, like that's verboten online."
not right. It's literally
don't-
not, because you still feel sexual attraction to a woman, so you are not gay. You just like
Yeah, to me, it's
having
like a
experience in your ass, right? I like getting pegged. My girls peg me.
yeah.
And
To me, it's like a. To me, it's like a like. I wouldn't want to do it all the time, but like to me, it's sometimes fun to flip it. So sometimes it's fun for the students to be in charge of the teachers. I might kind of give them a taste of their own medicine. Whatever. Like sometimes the boss becomes the jackass of the employees run the whatever, right? So to me, that's totally natural and fine.
Yeah.
If you are a person, like a lot of times, I think people who have corporate jobs who have a lot of responsibility, they may sexually want to be bottoms, and like actually be led around by a chain, just because they just don't want to have any responsibility to have someone tell them what to do. They may even have a relationship with a woman in which she's totally in charge because they're sick of it, So I think that stuff's normal, and I don't have a problem. But here's what I would say: if you have unresolved issues, but you don't deal with them, that's very unhealthy.
Yeah, but if you have unresolved feelings and issues regarding everything in any part of your life, you're gonna be a ticking bomb, and someday you're gonna.
Right. Do you know the
And
Pulse nightclub thing? And speaking of,
sexuality, when it deals with sexuality, which is actually a physical part as well, because you have to come, right? You have to have orgasms to release tension.
you don't have to, but
Well, I guess it's kind of a physiological thing. Sometimes you have to. Sometimes, not every day. not every
you mean
time.
even your body will literally, at night,
Yeah. But I lost the point. I don't know.
No,
I'm
but it's a
super
very
high.
deep. It's a very deep part of us. So if I would use the term repression. If you're just not dealing with it, it's gonna cause you to ticking time bomb or make you immature. The best case is it just makes you immature. You're not able to develop as a
But
person.
imagine how many experiences you kind of end up losing if you don't develop yourself in those parts.
Right. You're always trying to pretend you're someone else. Just be yourself.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to act on that in a certain way, okay, that's different. But it's nothing morally wrong with recognize. Even if you were to say homosexuality is unnatural, okay, but that doesn't matter because you are who you are. I mean, and most of us, I would say I am sexually abnormal because I thought I was married to Grace's mother for 19 years. And then she decided she was abused by me. So here I am. What do I do sexually, right? So I thought I was married. I've gotten used to having sex with a woman. But now I'm just sort of left there, right? So I can't go back. I can't even masturbate because I'm so used to having sex with a woman. But I'm also too tired to go actually find a woman and get married again. So.
But it doesn't matter if you are gay, if you are like asexual, bisexual, pansexual, and regardless, you have to be truthful to yourself.
Yeah. Even
the only thing that matters. Even if it's just yourself, you don't have to tell anyone. Just tell yourself.
Right. True.
Gay,
yeah.
Gay doesn't matter. It's not a big problem. You don't have to come out.
Right, exactly. That's right. Yeah, I think that's true. You don't have to.
Believe, accepting.
Even if I used to work with the kids, I worked in the Catholic school, so they do this whole thing about be careful with kids. But I would say, even if you have sexual feelings towards children, it's better that you realize it than
They're
that you
repressed.
pretend you don't have them. You know,
Yeah.
so because then it's a nightmare. You know what I mean? And that's, I think, why a lot of terrible things happened in the Catholic Church. But it is, I still would say, like, you know, a lot of people say pedophiles should all be killed. Well, if you just have the attraction but you don't act on it, you know, I don't think there's any crime there. But and I think it comes out of, you know, whatever reasons. But I think we would probably agree you shouldn't act on that. You shouldn't act sexually towards children. But it is not a good idea to pretend you don't have an issue that you have.
Yeah, because when you acknowledge, you can seek for help.
Yeah.
And that is help for most things, I guess, now.
You're much less likely to do something crazy.
Yeah.
If you're talking with someone, it is real relief to be able to tell another person, like, you know, and they say, it's okay. You know, we can manage this. A lot of people have this problem. You don't feel as alone and, you know, self-loathing. Yeah.
Do you guys ever lived alone, like Ben, probably? Alone
Have I ever lived by myself?
By yourself, yeah?
Yeah, I have, yeah. Grace never
It's
has.
just like, it's the craziest thing because you start to lose connection with the real world if you don't go out, if you don't have a social interaction. Social interaction.
She's making you in her head.
And it goes like, well, someday I'm gonna start pissing on the sink. You know, it's not a problem. No one is seeing. No one's gonna judge me. Someday I'm gonna have ice cream for breakfast and for lunch, and then you start losing the real connections to the world, and it can lead to very, very big problems.
Yeah. I've been in, I don't know if it was since we left, but I've been in jail a few times. And if you're in jail by yourself in a cell, that's how they do it in America, you go crazy very, very fast. You know, you feel crazy.
Have you seen a Brazilian jail? Have you ever seen a Brazilian jail?
No.
Jail,
I don't know. No.
It's like
Tough.
Where 3 people can sleep, there's 30 people. It's insane. It's like the most insane thing I've ever seen.
Yeah. But I would prefer more people than less, because being by yourself in an all white, which is like, when you just go for the night or for a couple of days, they will usually put you in an all white cell in the basement, no light, and there's just a little camera watching you. That is crazy. And no one talks to you. So I preferred it when they brought more people in, but I can see how that'd be tough too.
I don't know about your guys, but my biggest fear is losing my freedom and my liberties. It's like super scary, right?
I liked it. I didn't mind it that much.
Yeah.
But it was only a short period of time. It's something, let me tell you, it was scarier. It's scarier. Jail is scarier, like abstractly, but when you actually experience it, you know, you make friends, you talk to people. It's not that scary. And a lot of times in America, they tell you that what happens is you get raped by other men. But that doesn't happen in the kind of jail I was in, because it wasn't like,
but
serious jail.
That's the best part. They are telling just the good parts then.
Maybe for you.
It was interesting. I actually think everyone should go to jail every man should go to jail for 2 weeks, because it teaches you a lot about yourself. Yeah.
The thing about jail here in Brazil is that there's gangs, 2 factions.
Yeah.
When you get into jail, you have to choose one. You cannot stay in jail if you are not faction.
Is it racial, like black, white, or is it just
everybody's
regional?
brown and black here, man? There's no distinction.
But if you're not a member of a gang, you just associate with a gang?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You are it's like mandatory.
But how would you know if you're not in a gang which gang you associate with?
You just choose.
It's not by ethnicity in any way, like a region?
and then you have to start doing things for them.
Yeah.
If you don't do things, you get killed. So it's very hard to get out of the cycle once you get.
Yeah. Well, I can see that. Yeah, and they kind of own you for life then because they protected you in jail. Right.
Exactly.
I get that. Yeah. I was. We call that being like a bitch here, but like you just do it. We had two roommate. I had one other guy in jail with me, and the guy I first was in jail with. I'm a big guy, but he was almost as big as me, but much stronger than me. And he had been in jail for 8 years prior. So I was really scared of him. So I was his bitch. I was just like trying to be a therapist to him. I was not trying to get into a fight with him. But it's different than the gang thing. But in America, what you do is eventually, I think, the whites hang with the whites, the Spanish hang with the Spanish, and the blacks hang with the blacks almost entirely. That's how it works.
And the pedophiles with the pedophiles.
Yeah,
Have you
actually,
guys seen Louis Theroux documentary called The Place for Pedophiles, which is a prison, I guess, in Nevada, only for pedophiles.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I know there are places where, like, places, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, the only person I knew in the jail, I was like, I was sitting there and he goes, Ben Thorpe? And I was like, yeah.
No way.
And I had taught with him in a Catholic school for years, and I didn't recognize him. I had no idea he was in for it, and he was in there as a pedophile, and all the other guys were like, don't talk to him, he's a pedophile. And I was like, I'm sure they're just lying, but when I came out, we read the article. He's legit. A serious pedophile,
yeah,
like
7-year-old
girl.
Yeah,
I was like, shit.
Good. And he admitted to it too.
Yeah, he was a real crazy. I knew he was crazy, but I had no idea he was a pedophile.
Hey, buddy.
So I was the only guy that could have been friends with and talk with is the pedophile. It was like,
that's crazy, man. That was a good book.
But they don't. The nice thing about it, because I was in jail with people who hadn't yet been on trial, so they were like picked up on a bail violation, which I was technically. So everyone was on good behavior because you just want to make it to your trial, and then if you get a big sentence, who cares, right? But like, you don't want to get in trouble while waiting for your trial. So everyone was on pretty good behavior, but there were some serious criminals there. But also most was bullshit. People who push their wives or stuff like that.
Yeah.
I went. I was there because I went for a walk with Grace.
Here, most people are arrested because of drug possession.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It's like 70% of people are in jail because of drugs.
Did you ever go?
Nah.
No.
But they don't pick you up for marijuana, do they?
If you are poor and you are uneducated, yeah. But if
it's
you
illegal.
are,
marijuana is illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Everything's illegal. Yeah. But if you hang out in the good neighborhoods, if you are hanging with the good people, then there is no problem.
Yeah.
Only neighborhoods, they fuck people up.
Which neighborhood are you in? The good one?
I mean, the good I actually have a good...
Take out the needle, smoke the rock, fuck it.
I have a good connection with police because as a journalist, I have to talk to them consistently to get the news about what is happening. Which is pretty ironic since I am using drugs.
So do you always make the police look good so you can get the next tip, or?
Oh yeah, the police always look good. Yeah.
So you betray your poor Brazilian brothers.
Oh yeah, I don't care.
At least you own it.
There's no
I agree.
No saving for the Brazilian people, and I guess for the whole humanity. So I'm just going to explore them as long as I can.
We heard someone recently. We heard someone recently from Brazil. He said Brazil is like completely degenerate. Like everyone's having sex with everyone, and everyone's on drugs. It's totally dysfunctional society.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's insane.
Really? No
Yeah.
one's working? No?
No.
Or
Just pretending
education?
to work.
No?
Pretending to work. The only
Everyone's what,
people
depressed?
that really work are the people from the rural areas that get the plantations, the soy, the uh, rice. The only people that work are country people. But in the cities, no one works.
It's just corrupt. Everyone's corrupt.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
Yeah.
Hearing
Well, I
nice
mean,
music, but
Leave seems chill.
yeah, I had to learn to chill. Otherwise, I would
Okay.
go crazy.
Okay, yeah, sure. Leave, you've been very relieving.
This keyboard on your side,
You didn't get my pun. Oh yeah, my keyboard, yeah.
relieving. Oh,
Relieving. I forget that people like you can just exist, dude. I get too wound up, dude.
yeah, you stress too much about it.
Yeah. It's like a problem at this point. I
You
can't
say,
stop spiraling, you know?
take medicine, some medicine,
Like what? What am I supposed to do? I drink a little bit
antidepressant.
here and there to take the edge off.
Yeah, but I don't think that's enough. But you're gonna find your thing.
Oh, I really
Do you have-
appreciated what you said earlier about it not being like you enjoy it either way. I think that's the right attitude to have. I just get in this mindset where I'm like, I have to fix my life. And the reason I cried is because you just said like, no, I enjoy it either way. And it's just like, oh yeah, that's also a possibility. You could just relax. So. Do I have you on anything, by the way, like Discord or Instagram or anything? Because I don't want you to just be on
Probably
StreamYard and then
Discord.
leave and I can never contact you again.
Probably discard. Yes.
Discord? Okay, let me see. Let me just make sure. Leave. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. There we go. Got it. Grace, would you rather live in a ghetto neighborhood or a racist one? I'm curious on your answer to that.
Racist one. Come on, guys. Way better.
Like a
Are you okay?
racist, nice neighborhood? Yeah, I'd rather live in
Yeah. And every nice neighborhood is racist. Do you know people here
that. Somewhat. Maybe.
like people from this block have like a group in Telegram, and if someone is walking here, they tell each other like, "Oh, there's a brown guy walking in front of your house." Yeah, they
Yeah, but you're brown.
telling on each other. Yeah, I probably am one of the guys you speak about. Yeah, because it's a German town. It's a German influence town.
Well, I don't like being surveilled, so even though I'm white, I probably wouldn't like that, but...
Yeah, but you are being surveilled.
I'm basically
everywhere.
a black person because I'm a streamer, so I'm, like, loathed to the same extent, you know what I mean? I bring problems, so, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we face the same problems with streamers and the black.
They're like, you know what I like? They're like, oh, this person's gonna cause problems.
The burnout of society. Yeah. Hang on, sister. Hang on.
You ever go on Discord though, like random calls and stuff, random VCs?
I don't really enjoy Discord.
No?
I don't know why. Actually, I used to work on a place where when people use Discord to talk, and I kind of got a trauma of using it because it reminds me of the time I was working and
The
fucking
job.
my coworkers. Yeah, and lying to my girlfriend. Yeah.
Lol, Discord.
Over Discord, yeah.
Leave. Can you like bottle your essence and send it to me so I can inject it? I need to take a fucking chill pill.
You are actually, because you are reading, and those are my chill pills.
What are? Weed?
Reading, yeah.
Reading and
reading,
read.
playing music. Do you play the keyboard over there? Does someone play?
I brought it out. I used to play when I was little. I only play like a couple songs, but
Oh, I love. Do you know what I do? I go on Fruity Loops, then I program drums, and then I put drums to play, and I jam over with my guitar and my instruments. So I keep like playing jams for 2 hours a day, basically.
really,
Yeah, it's
can you play us
it,
something? Do you play well?
I'm not gonna play now, but I can play someday.
What
Yeah,
if I play you something? Will you play something? I'll play something on the keyboard.
yeah, let's play. Let me
If
get.
if you play one song on the guitar.
But I don't really learn songs. I just improvise.
Okay, improv.
'Cause
That's fine.
I just listen to. But oh, I can play my drums because I use in the phone. But I can show you. Let me show you here on the music room. Camera facing back.
Oh, nice. You got a little amp.
Yeah. Yeah.
He can't play the drums because he's using his phone. Well, I think he means the drum thing that he plays is on his phone, so he can't like have the backup. I think. Let's go! Wait, can we see you playing the guitar?
Wait a minute.
Okay.
I'm setting this up. I'm
Sound
setting
check.
us up
Sound
for
check.
success.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Let's see where I can put this.
Guaranteed he knows
shit.
at least one Pink Floyd song. Does he know any songs by Big Patience? Yes! PC Dawn on Amazon.
I think I'm out of tune actually. It's gonna play a little trumpet.
That was really cool.
That's it.
That
That's
was
a
really
free
nice.
jam.
Thank you. Thank you.
Free
Guys,
jam
dummies in the
session
chat.
for you
Dummies in the
guys.
chat. That was awesome. I think we have to get married now.
I don't know. Something's wrong here.
Oh, wait, hold on. I think
I don't hear you anymore.
wait. Hold on. Can you hear me now? Hello? 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 Hello?
Wait
I'm
a minute.
talking.
Wait a minute.
Okay. His neighbors are like the stoned weirdos playing the trumpets again. Oh, come on, Chad. That was pretty cool. Who the fuck plays the trumpet?
Hello.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Come on, man.
Just refresh. Just rejoin.
Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Okay, let's go.
Sorry
Okay.
Sorry for
Alright.
the jam. I was a little bit out of tune. Yeah.
No, that was cool. That was very cool. That was very cool. The chat was wondering why you had to take off your glasses to blow the trumpet.
I never took one class.
No, your glasses. You took your glasses off to play the trumpet.
I don't know why I did that.
Okay, you want to hear mine?
Of
Very
course.
rudimentary. Very rudimentary. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. You ready for this? Hold on. Amateur audio night. Amateur audio night. All right, let's see. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, go on. Sorry.
What instrument is that?
It's a escaleta.
Oh, okay. It's an autism off. Let's go. Okay. Oh, that's too loud.
Beautiful. You play great. What the hell?
Thank you. We should make a band. We should make a band.
Yeah.
Nice to
Yeah.
watch Down syndrome people express themselves through music.
We did it. We did it.
This is like a Destiny debate. No. Okay.
Do you
Okay,
think
so you don't like Discord. What do you like to watch on the internet? Oh. Hello, kitty. We couldn't hear over the retard blowing the shit thing. Oh, well, so too bad.
Of course
What do
they
you
could
like
hear.
to do other than ooh, nice books.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we get a tour? Let's get a tour. A tour opens so much about a person. Can we get a tour of your apartment?
Of
Yeah.
the house or of the...
Of your apartment, just like inside.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have the stream up. Okay, little desk.
Here's where I work and where I
Okay.
read, where I do most of my things.
Okay.
Here's my chair. Yeah.
Very minimalist.
Yeah.
Okay,
I have
balcony. Nice.
balcony here. I plant some things.
Any herbs or anything, or just random?
It's tea and flowers.
Okay.
Here's the cat. Here's the TV. I was watching Wimbledon.
Wait. Where do you sit to watch the TV?
I sit here. I sit here. I watch the TV there. And I
Okay.
read
You know what? It's
here.
minimalist. Okay, no. Cool. Okay. Is that the rug or sleeping bag?
No, this is just I don't know how you call. Yeah, it's a rug. Yeah,
A rug, okay. But it's like flipped
Yeah.
over, okay. All
Yeah.
right.
So here we have the music room,
Music room, okay. Nice. More books?
a few books, the ones I don't really like. There's a ukulele and a keyboard and a beautiful angel
Little
protecting
painting.
Here's a little bit of wood that I collect. I like getting wood.
For what?
I don't know. I think it's pretty.
Oh,
It'll
okay.
be so important. Here, there's a
My wood. There's my wood.
the way I'm saying wood is kind of the Indians do. So there's the balls that I play sports. I like playing basketball and volleyball. The trumpet, the guitar. Let's
This is a
go
big
to
apartment, though. This is a pretty big apartment. You've got, like, what, 4 rooms?
yeah, 3 rooms.
Okay.
So here I have the bedroom.
Is that kitty litter? Hello, neighbor.
This is a fireplace.
Oh, okay.
You have alcohol there, and then you set it on fire.
Oh.
There's how do you call this? I don't really know.
Shelf. Bookshelf.
A shelf, yeah, bookshelf.
Wait. Can we see the bed, or do you don't want to show that? That's not a bed. What?
Oh, yeah, the mattress is flipped over.
For what?
Yeah. You got some.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Here is that.
Very, very minimalistic. Do you do that on purpose, or just like, is it just because of money? Like, I don't like the aesthetic. I'm just
I'm doing
wondering.
on purpose. I put everything I put in the trash. Everything I don't need.
Out?
Trash, yeah.
Okay.
So I just have this here. There's a bathroom here.
Uh-huh.
And is the I call it closet because it's only for clothes. But it's another room. There's another cat sleeping here.
There's a lot of rooms, guys. Am I crazy? This is a lot of rooms.
There's another bed in here
apartment?
for when people
Bed?
people come over. Yeah. Some clothes, some stuff. These things are here. I need to put in the trash, sort it off, give it to donations. This is the room where the mess stays.
Yeah.
But the rest of the house is pretty empty. I don't like having a lot of things. Did I show the kitchen? Here's the kitchen.
No, we didn't see the kitchen yet. Bananas, spices, coffee, nuts, water, rice.
Yeah.
This is a lot of rooms. Mind if we move in?
Here's the barbecue place. You put fire here. Then the
Stove.
oven, sink. Yeah, and that's
wait,
it.
can we see what's in the fridge?
Yeah, let's see. Uh, Here's a smoothie I made earlier. There's meat, there's chicken, water. I don't know what else. Here's milk, mayonnaise, water, some food. Potatoes.
That's pretty good overall. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But it's not very organized, the fridge. I have to do it today or tomorrow.
So other than going out to like the police station or places in your city to get stories, basically you just sit here, you write for the newspaper.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Smoke weed.
Smoke weed.
Smoke weed and read.
And read.
Play with the cats.
Play with the cats.
And that's it.
You got a girlfriend?
Yeah.
Really? Where does she live?
Yeah. She lives, I'm not gonna say where she lives.
She doesn't live with you in that huge apartment?
Nah.
How long have you been seeing her for?
I like being alone. I don't like. Once I started living alone, I could never go back to living with someone.
Never ever? Like even if you got married to your girlfriend?
Yeah, never ever. Not even getting married. If you get married, you can live separately. I could never give up my privacy.
You don't feel lonely?
No.
What if you lived with somebody who was just like you? So like you gave each other tons of space, but like you lived together in the same place. Would you do that?
No. Once the object is being observed, the object changes no matter what happens. So there's never a possibility of living with someone and still having your full privacy and liberty.
So you don't get lonely?
No.
And your girlfriend knows this?
Yeah, of course.
And she doesn't ever want to live with you?
Of course she wants.
Did you tell her you're never going to live with another human being? And what did she say? What did she say?
Well, she has to accept it, or she has to move on. There's only those two options. I would never give in on that. It's a very specific thing about my basis.
So you never want to have kids?
No, I'm not very fit mentally to have kids. I will not be a good father. Although I love kids and I enjoy playing and having fun with kids, but I would be completely distraught and always on panic and having to take care of the kids. I do it with the cats. I'm always worried with the cats. If they are feeling good, if they are fed, if they need water, if they are warm.
You worry about them?
Yeah, I worry a lot about them. And if one of my cats dies, it's like the most heartbreaking thing I've ever felt when I lost my cats. Yeah.
But if you love your cats that much, then wouldn't you love kids? Well, you do love kids. You just don't want your own.
Yeah. I just would not be a good father. Not like my father was to me, at least. And if you're not prepared to raise a child, and there's so many variations and outside things that can happen to a kid that would make the kid feel bad, and I would not want that to my kid. And I could protect her or him forever, right? You can protect your kid forever.
No, yeah. No, if you're like obsessive, do you think you're OCD? I'm not saying you are, I'm just wondering.
About what?
Like, do you think you have that as a sort of problem that you are, you put too much faith in having the same rituals over and over again?
Oh yeah, it's very important to me having the same rituals, doing the same things. Yeah. Otherwise, I feel very uncomfortable. I'm kind of autistic, and I have yeah, really, because I really go to the psychiatrist, and we are investigating about some like sense of autism, but
Yeah.
but the OCD, yeah, I like an example like getting things really straight and organized, like in a
Oh,
desk.
no. That, I mean, that's just being like a organized type of person. I'm talking about like you feel like you can't get back on track, or like something bad might happen if you don't like lock your door a certain way or like tap the
Oh,
handle
no,
3
no, no,
times.
no, no,
No?
no, no.
Okay. Yeah, so you're just
Organized.
Adderall takes leave to chill out.
Should I take another one? I have so many because I don't really need to take, but the psychiatrist, I kind of fooled the psychiatrist to give me, and now I have a lot, but I don't really need it. I only use it for fun, which is not the right
I
way
don't know
to
how
use
you
it.
can take that for fun, but because you're already a chill person, maybe that works. But like for me, I took something similar one time, and
Do you get anxious?
my heart was beating so fast. I thought I would have a heart attack. I was wait. No, I can show you. Actually. I was on stream. Guys, do you know the Naptown clip where I'm moving my jaw like a crazy? Hold on, which one was that? It was Dallas IRL. Like I'll show you.
Great.
I'll show you. Hold on.
King TL said something. He said that there were no litter boxes.
Oh yeah.
So I'm just gonna show him. There's one, and the other one's there. I need to clean it, but there are two. This one is pretty clean. So there it is. There it is. Always litter boxes. Don't worry, my man.
Look, this is me on Adderall. Look, watch me, right?
I'm gonna play Who Truth or Dare with your audience, picking dares out.
Never have I ever is more conducive.
Right.
Never have I ever. It's something you've never done. When do you think you're gonna get tired? What time is it?
So it's 2:20. She's compulsively cleaning the RV right now. Can you stare at the ceiling for like 2 minutes?
Trying to think of something more interesting. Chad, do you have any questions? For paramedics.
I think you should relax.
Okay.
No?
All right.
What the fuck does that?
It's 4:15. We are going to go back up soon. We got to go back up. Quiet. We're going to go back up. It is 4:29 a.m. I could not handle my shit at all. Hello?
This is crazy, dude. But don't you feel great? Didn't you feel great?
Oh. I mean, I
Did you
was
ever
drinking a little bit, so it helped me to not get super drunk and like just pass out. But
Yeah, but it's
it was
not good
pretty
mixed
bad
with.
though.
I don't like drinking though.
No, I'm such a tweaker. I was such a tweaker, so I kept moving my jaw. So I had huge sores on the side of my tongue for like 3 days afterwards. I couldn't stop.
Was it an XL?
Huh?
The pill was an XL pill that makes it longer. It was a normal one.
30.
Wow. So you are really sensible.
Very sensitive, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do need to go make lunch, so I think I'm gonna let you go. But I will text you on Discord, so we can stay in touch because I don't want you to just disappear forever like you did before. Bye, Leave.
Bye. Good.
He's so funny. He is Wes Anderson. Okay. I'm going to take a break. I do like that guy. I don't know. Maybe we could put something together. He doesn't like Discord. Okay, maybe we can like put something together, but I'm not sure. Tyler McLean, please send me your story on Discord. I would like to read it. First time seeing Leave. He was here back when I had the long blonde hair and the Daisy had the fuel pump injector problem and we were living in hotels like full time. So all right, see you guys later. Bye bye.